那我就不。
家里准备推流了，咱们情况怎么样？
我们能听到解说吗？中文的？听不了。
那家里推流了。
自生自灭。
44个是吧？
对。
但是它开幕式延迟开始，所以我也不确定它这个飞行表演会不会延迟。
对，主要是的。我这边信号都正常。OK 好，对。咱们反正上的时候就直接就行。那个会车。哎。好，家里已经推好了。把那个衣服拿开。那个烟纸再混一下。
我们直接讲开场吗？在简单开场。
稍等。你们 OK 了不？好，那家里倒计时了啊。
到了。可以了吗？
等，稍等。
来吧。
好，倒计时10个数，间隔开始，10、9、8、7、6。
Hello, welcome to CGTN live stream, and also welcome to Airshow China 2022. I'm CGTN reporter Zheng Songwu.
And I'm reporter Huang Fei, and we're coming to you live from Zhuhai in southern China's Guangdong province. Starting today, many of China's top weapons and gears for air, land, and sea will be on display.
Yeah, today we are turning our cameras to the skies. You know, we have an entire day of flying displays lined up for you, and you will definitely see astounding performances given by pilots using different types of aircraft such as J-20, the most advanced stealth fighter jet, and just to name a few.
Yes, and we have an amazing show lined up for you today, so buckle up and enjoy the ride. Right now, as you can see on the camera, 2 jets are on standby. These are from August 1st Aerobatic team.
Yes, they are still preparing for takeoff.
Three jets ready for action.
Yeah, we can hear the sound made by the engines of the aircraft. It's very exciting. And they will take off in different batches. The first batch is 3 aircraft taking off.
So, what should we know about the August 1st Aerobatic team?
Well, the August 1st Aerobatic team was established in January 1962, and is also called 八一飞行表演队, with the main missions to welcome guests and perform ceremonial aerobatic performances. You know, this team is also a frequent visitor to Airshow China in Zhuhai, and it has traveled to 170 countries and regions and performed for more than 600 times for more than 700 delegations worldwide.
Yes, and it was given the name 八一 August 1st because the PLA, People's Liberation Army, was founded on August 1st, 1927. And the aircraft the team uses today is J-10. We can see them now on the runway. It's a 3rd generation jet that's independently developed by China.
Yeah, and we can see on the camera 6 J-10 are still on the runway preparing for takeoff in a few minutes. And also the aerobatic team was equipped with J-10 in 2009. And it has been equipped with 6 aircraft types such as the 1st generation J5 and the 2nd generation J7. And the J-10 act as multi-role fighters such as combat aircraft. And so far, only China, the United States, and Russia are capable of using 3rd generation combat aircraft as aerobatic aircraft. And the members of this team are all top pilots selected from the combat units of the Air Force of the PLA.
So we're about to see the best of the best perform.
Yeah, definitely.
And their show typically has 4 parts using 6 aircrafts. We'll see takeoff, a 6-aircraft performance, a mixed choreography, and a final landing. This is how they typically perform, and because these maneuvers are both challenging and visually striking, they're also dubbed dancing on the tip of the knife. The pilots are likened to dancers.
And actually, on the way, we saw a lot of spectators attending this exhibition. They just, took their camera and they just came here with their friends.
There's a lot of attention, especially today on the opening day.
Yeah, it's the first day, and it's also the opening day of the Airshow China this year.
So what do we know about the Airshow China, or more commonly known as the Zhuhai Airshow? It's the largest airshow in China, and it's been held every 2 years since 1996 in Zhuhai, Guangdong province. That's where we are right now. And it's an event to promote the country's homegrown military and civil aviation technology.
Yeah, and also this year's show will include participants from 43 countries and regions, up from 40 a year ago. And military drones, missiles, and airplane engines, and even the full-size replica of the space station will be on display.
That's right. And on the military side, the PLA's first large-scale stealth long-endurance drone Rainbow 7 will also be in the lineup later today. And it's an active and the PLA's active service helicopters will also make flying debuts as well. And over 20 types of land equipment will be operated for the show. So it's a very exciting day.
Yeah. And also the J-10, the Aerobatics is using now. The J-10 fighter jet is a multi-role fighter jet, and it is the transition model of Chinese military aircraft from the second generation to the third generation. And back to 1994, the original J-10 fighter began to be manufactured, and 5 years later, in 1999, the J-10 opened for flight testing.
And it was officially commissioned to the Chinese Air Force in 2004. And a year later, the first J-10 fighter with an aerial refueling probe appeared.
Yeah.
And on November 5th, 2008, it made its first debut at the Airshow in China. And the J-10 fighter is derived from single-seat and two-seat models. And the avionics system is also developed and produced by China. So we're going to see a lot of homegrown technology today. The J-10 has also been described as the backbone of the PLA Air Force. As we said, the J-10C, which is a variation, is a single-engine, medium-weight, all-weather jet that can be equipped with 4th-generation air-to-air missiles.
Yeah. And because the aerobatic performance is so challenging and visually arresting, it's also considered as the dance on the tip of the knife.
Yes.
So the pilots are the dancers on the tip of the knife.
So we're going to see some aerial ballet today.
And we can also see the weather today is pretty good.
Yeah, it's been raining all week.
Yes, personally I was worried about the weather yesterday. I thought it was going to rain today.
Yeah, it's actually quite pleasant this time of year. Usually the Zhuhai Air Show comes with scorching heat. So this year it's more breezy, a little bit cool.
Yeah, but even it was raining today, I don't believe our pilots will be dwarfed by the bad weather.
Exactly.
To give up the fantastic and unbelievable performance using different types of aircraft.
And yes, they are. The J-10s are designed for all-weather operations. Now, it's also known by the NATO reporting name Firebird, or its Chinese name Vigorous Dragon. The development of this aircraft actually began in 1988 as an answer to the Soviet Su-27 flanker and the MiG-29 Falcon.
And speaking of the August 1st or 8 the aerobatic team. The team participated in the Aerospace exhibition in Moscow, presenting amazing demonstrations from August 18th to September 1st, back to 2013. And they also took part in the air show in Dubai and demonstrated in Pakistan in 2017.
On this sort of a close-up shot, we can kind of see the makings of this aircraft. Each has 5 fuselage hardpoints and 3 wing hardpoints, which are designed to carry air-to-air missiles. And the J-10 can also carry Chinese laser-guided bombs, anti-ship missiles, and land attack missiles, in keeping with this multi-role classification. Every time we hear the sound of the engine revving up, we get a bit excited.
Yeah. The aircraft is accelerating. I think they will take off in just a few minutes. So just don't blink your eye. Hold your breath and wait for the stunning and breathtaking performance given by the pilots of the August 1st aerobatic team.
Just to give you some numbers, the maximum flight speed of the J-10 is 1,350 kilometers per hour. And the combat range is 1,240 kilometers, with the patrol range 2,600 kilometers with air fueling support.
That's really amazing.
It's also fitted with an indigenously designed pulse Doppler fire control radar. Now we're looking at 3 aircrafts side by side.
Personally, it's my first time,
At the
here
Airshow.
attending the show, Airshow China, and I was really excited to, come to this exhibition 2 days ago.
Right.
Yeah, I saw a lot of aircraft such as J-20, J-16, and also Y-20 and Y-20A and a Y-20.
Exactly. So you got to see a range of static display, which is happening on the ground right now as well, surrounded by spectators.
Yeah.
And we have a very wide range of exhibitions, as we said, weapons and Top Gear from land, sea, and air, and even space.
And also the Y-20 is the largest military transport aircraft, developed independently by China.
And usually it's only on a static display, but this year, for the first time, it's also going to take to the skies, which is something we are really looking forward to in today's flying display. So overall, how has your first airshow experience been, besides seeing all these incredible new aircrafts?
Well, I can't even think about a word to describe it except exciting. Just exciting. I am excited, and the exhibition is exciting.
Yeah, and I think it's it's one thing watching footage of these performances and aircrafts soaring to the skies on TV. It's really another thing actually standing next to them. And just feeling how small you are compared to these massive engines.
I was here 2 days ago, focusing on the Y-20, and I really felt I was so tiny standing next to it, because it was so huge. It's about 47 meters long and as tall as a 5-story building.
Wow.
I mean, a Y-20. Well, again, the J-10 fighter jet is a multi-role fighter jet, and it is the transition model of Chinese military aircraft from its second generation to the third generation.
And it's designed by the Chengdu Aircraft Design Institute. It's a multi-role fighter jet which entered service in 2004, but it was only revealed to the public 2 years after that. I mean, obviously, a lot. These fighter jets are kept very much under wraps for security reasons. And itself is a bit of an uphill battle this morning because there's so many people on the way.
Yeah.
And we left at 7:30 a.m. this morning thinking that we already left quite early, but I think we underestimated the traffic flow on the way, and then we ended up having to run here through the crowds.
People in Zhuhai are so crazy and
Keen to see the air show.
Yeah, about the air show.
So it's going to take a while before the show actually begins. But for now, let's just admire this beautiful machine, this beautiful jet.
Yeah. So we see the first three aircraft are taking off.
The August 1st aerobatic team is ready for action.
Nose up.
And they're off. 3 aircraft in the air. You can hear the sound of their engine.
Yeah, we can hear the sound made by the engine outside this room. It feels somewhat different from, I'm just sitting in a room and hearing the sound made by the engines.
Yeah.
It's somewhat different from watching from the TV. And they will perform for 20 minutes.
And just notice how quickly they got up into the air.
Yeah.
Within seconds, they were airborne. And this is crucial in combat because the longer you stay in low altitude, the more easily you're detected by enemy or more vulnerable to ground weapons. Now, but all 6 aircrafts are airborne.
They are still making a right turn.
Oh, they're making a formation now.
Yeah, they're changing their formation. Let's see, let's expect what shape it is.
Is it a delta
Yeah,
formation?
a delta, then an arrowhead.
Right.
I think that's a arrowhead. It's a little bit far away.
So from this angle, it's kind of hard to make out exactly how many planes there are, and that's the goal, right, in combat.
Yeah, that's the the shape of okay, that's an arrow.
An arrow shape.
An arrow shape, arrowhead shape.
As we said, we're going to see takeoff, a 6 aircraft performance, a mixed choreography, and a final landing. We're at the first stage of the performance right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Okay.
colorful fumes.
They are releasing smoke. Now 6 aircraft are releasing 6 thick plumes of smoke are flying together. And it's the second stage. Besides the visual aesthetic, smoke oil also makes performances safer because the smoke facilitates better visibility of aircraft and flight trajectories. So pilots can gain better control of the flight situation and the positioning of the other aircraft when flying in formation consisting of 6 aircraft. And I think they're again changing their shape. And let's see what a shape or going to be.
And every time they change formation and throughout their performance, they need to be talking to each other. They need to be
They have to communicate
work together.
Yeah, communicate with each other very well, and they have to trust each other because they have to keep a proper distance between each other.
Wow, beautiful synchronicity.
Well, that looks like a diamond shape.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's making a left turn, and they're flying. They're doing a left turn.
This looks like a loop in the sky, and they're
beautiful paintings using different colors of smoke.
And if you're just tuning in, we are live from Zhuhai in Guangdong province. This is Airshow China 2022.
Yeah, it's also the 14th China International Aviation and Aerospace exhibition, and what we see now is the performance of the Aerobatics team August the 1st. That's a delta formation.
All these formations are actual combat formations and maneuvers.
Yeah.
And this is a great opportunity to see how far they can push the jets.
Yes. And in this moment, in this movement, the lead and the wingman and also the instructors on the ground must keep communicating with each other very well, and it also trust each other very well to do this flat path.
More colorful smokes.
Yeah. Also, the leader means the aircraft flying at the front of the formation, and the rest of the aircraft are the wingman. We can hear the sound. It's really, it's really big outside this room.
And I'm sure the spectators, as we can see on the camera right now, are excited to see them, or excited to watch this show. There's a lot of static display just underneath.
Yeah, many people, many spectators are rushing here, taking photos, using their phones.
So they're actually flying quite low, quite close to the ground.
And that's also a big challenge.
And it looks from here that they're flying pretty close to each other. As we mentioned earlier, the jets they're flying is the J-10, which has been described as the backbone of the PLA Air Force. It's a single-engine, medium-weight, all-weather jet that can be equipped with fourth-generation air-to-air missiles. So they're not just interesting and beautiful to look at, they're also very powerful weapons.
Yeah. See, they're releasing smoke, oil again. Well, we can really hear the sound of the engines made by the aircraft. Well, I think it's a great pity that our spectators in front of our TV or cell phone cannot hear the sound.
Just now I could even feel the ground shaking a
Yeah, the
little
ground
bit.
is shaking. And my heart is shaking too.
It's quite an incredible experience to see these amazing performances and feel
The sound sounds like thunder.
yes.
And they were changing their form again. And I suspect what the next shape is.
Right now we're watching a group choreography, but I believe later we'll also see solo performance and choreography in pairs. 6 aircraft. And another half loop going up right now. Every time they take a steep climb up, the pilot tend to bear a lot of weight.
They made a rather vertical climb. while turning right. You know, the weather today is pretty good, so we can see it quite clearly.
So the commander needs to be in control of the performance, and
Yes.
it's important that they work as a team. As we said, they look like they're flying really close to each other, but in actual combat, the distance is a little bit wider.
Yeah. And we can see on the camera the aircraft flying at the front of the formation is the lead.
There's another
Yes, I think
rolling.
I think they're going to do a rolling at the same time, and the 6 aircraft are rolling at the same time. Okay,
Wow.
yeah. They're rolling at the same time.
When they roll in the air like that, it's a very, very challenging maneuver. If you've come up in a roller coaster, you kind of feel that sensation and that kind of the challenge of suddenly feeling blood being pumped out of your brain.
Yeah, definitely. And then, you know, on average, a pilot in this team can fly over 20 years, and everyone is important and valuable to the team, and of course, valuable to the Air Force of China.
And as we said, these are the best of the best. So what does it take to actually make the team? I heard you have to have clocked at least 600 flying hours
600.
in a fighter jet, and 200 of them needs to be in the J-10.
Yeah.
It looks like they have more moves, different moves from last year. Oh, this is another move.
It's separating 2 groups. One consists of 2. They are flying.
Wow.
The 2 flying to each other. And you know, one consists of 2 jets. Did a solo crossover break. Well, I think they're going to do the opposing knife edge pass. Okay, so the opposing knife edge pass. So which means the wings will be virtually tilted and the top side is visible to the crowd, but at a very fast speed. So I mean the speed of each aircraft just now was about 700 kilometers per hour. So it's very fast and breathtaking. And this move also tested the ability and the courage of the pilots in close range air combat.
This is also another staple move from the August 1st Aerobatic team.
And we see 4 aircraft that flew over with a, you know, height difference of 2 meters between each one.
very close to each other, so you have to have a very good situational awareness.
Yeah, and also the technical skills.
Now they're back into a
That's
diamond
a
shape.
diamond shape. Solo performance.
Wow.
Well, it's
Rolling, turning.
it made a vertical climb, trying to roll but pausing for a second, and returning to a flat path. That also demonstrated a pilot's precise control of the G-10 aircraft.
You see on this camera, there are actually 4 aircrafts, but it looks like 3.
3,
And that's a great way to confuse the enemy radar.
yes. Because the diamond shape plays an important role in actual combat. Because due to the limited resolution of a radar, it's easy for the enemy to mistake multiple aircraft as only one aircraft on a radar. Okay, they are still releasing thick plumes of smoke, and that's a flat pass, which means they fly in the same flight.
4 aircrafts flying abreast.
Yeah.
Abreast flying is also a common formation in real aerial combat.
And here's the solo performance again, I think. And the aircraft is flying and making a vertical climb, but at a low speed.
So this is a low speed
Yeah.
flight, about 200 kilometers per hour, keeping its nose up and it's climbing.
Yeah. You know, it keeps its nose up because it has to maintain sufficient lift. So this move fully demonstrates the good stability of the G-10 aircraft at a low speed, and also, of course, the pilot's technical skills of controlling the aircraft.
Solo performance continuing.
It's lowering its altitude.
Oh, it's
going to-
landing.
It's going to land at the airport.
Again, just took just seconds to land on the runway. Now we're looking at a 4 aircraft performance again.
One is making a vertical climb, the other is making a vertical climb 2, and the third 2, rolling, another is rolling again, and turning right.
Wow. In real combat, a move like this, it's a great way to evade the enemies if you have someone on your back. And you're flying as a team, and 2 of you
Yeah, and one thing I think
makes a steep climb.
it's very challenging is they have to keep the same pace.
Yes.
And also, it's a very challenging for a cameraman to capture the exciting moment because they have to move the camera very fast.
Exactly, and we're going to see performances that are supersonic today as well, which is
Yeah, I think
jets flying faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah.
Another aircraft coming down.
Very smoothly.
Very smooth.
And they have to land at the airport from a very limited space, which means they have to land at the airport very quickly and efficiently.
Swift landing is also important in a combat situation.
Yes, definitely. And they just landed at the airport from a height of only 200 meters.
I must say, it's interesting to see an aircraft coming down with a parachute on the tail.
Yeah. I really want to talk to the pilot, on the aircraft, about how he felt in the sky.
Pretty challenging to make all these maneuvers within such a confined, small airspace. Which again tells you just how far we could push the jet within a confined area.
Yeah, and I think all 6 aircraft have already landed at the airport. They're just moving back to the starting point where they came from half an hour ago.
Wow. So we could see the pilot.
I think that's the replay
Oh, is that the
of the aerobatic performance just now.
Lots of public interest in their performance. It's a 2-seater, as we mentioned, and it's important to have.
Yeah. Let's enjoy the replay.
Yes.
In the past half an hour, the August 1st aerobatic team demonstrated a lot of fancy movements intensively.
Yes.
And the demonstration reflects the superb flying skills of these pilots in the Air Force of the BLA.
And this year, it's the 73rd anniversary of the founding of the PLA Air Force. And we see parents coming to this exhibition with their children, with young people, and we see teenagers as well.
Yeah, and I believe many children have been encouraged to fly when they grow up. And also, this demonstration today also shows the huge progress in the manufacturing of China's aviation industry. And that will do it for this performance of the aerobatic team, and please stay tuned on CGTN for more about the air show later.
In just a short moment, we're going to see more performances.
Yeah, next is J-20
Stealth fighter jets.
Okay, welcome back, and we're continuing our performance. And what we see now on the camera is J-20. 4 J-20s flying the sky. They're doing a flight pass and they're making a ride.
One of the most highly anticipated performances of this air show.
Yeah.
They just made their debut last year.
And you know, J-20 is China's home-developed fifth generation stealth fighter jet. It was first reviewed in Airshow China back to 2016
Yes,
in Zhuhai.
2016.
And it was developed by China's Chengdu Aerospace Corporation.
And they completed their first flight test in 2011. And they have a maximum takeoff weight of 37 tons. And a maximum flight altitude of 20,000 meters and a maximum flight speed of 2,400 kilometers per hour. You can see their coloring, the camouflage coloring, which helps them blend into the skies.
And actually, two J-20, jets attended Airshow China last year here in Zhuhai, but they didn't land at the airport of Zhuhai, of Jingwan. And this year, they just landed at the Jingwan airport for the very first time.
See, so they did make a static debut
Okay,
this year.
two jets separated from the formation. You know, we can see on the camera J-20's slender body and wing design reduces the resistance encountered by itself. Wow, let's see.
Wow.
Opposing
Steep climb.
9 vector pass again. That requires high technical skills.
You can hear the thundering sound of their engines.
Yes, we can hear the sound. I think we can feel that the engines of J-20 is much more powerful than it is
Yes.
in the J-10.
These are
Making a
The
vertical
most-
climb.
You're looking at the
Turning.
most advanced fighter jets
Yeah.
made in China.
And they're turning right, turning left.
Making a half loop. We just saw them going right up in the air in the steep climb. And that's a lot of G-force bearing
Yeah.
down on the pilot.
Yeah, we can see the vertical tail of J-20. The flexibility of its full motion vertical tail also offers it extraordinary supersonic maneuverability.
You mentioned supersonic. What does that mean to our viewers?
I mean, the aircraft can move faster than the sound does in the air.
And that gives you air superiority.
Yeah.
The faster you can move,
Do you know how
The more you can
how
dominate.
fast the sound can move in the air? That's a.
well,
It's
that-
about, I think that's about.
that's a question for Google or Baidu
That's
later.
I'm your Google. That's about 300 meters per second.
Wow. With this supersonic speed, you're able to get really high up in the altitude and get really fast and be able to chase down your enemies.
And also the blended wing body design makes the transition between the fuselage and the wing smooth. And also it reduces, this design reduces the angular reflection effect between the wing and the fuselage, making that difficult for the enemy radar to detect the aircraft.
They're made with composite materials and absorbing materials,
Yeah,
which improves their stealth level.
yeah, because they effectively absorb the electromagnetic waves emitted by the enemy radar.
And it's worth noting that the engine, the turbofan 10 engine, or WS10, is also China's first turbofan engine with independent intellectual property rights,
Yes.
which provides J20 with more powerful thrust and helps it fly higher, faster, and further.
Yep. And also the J20's built-in magazine design also helps it avoid the radars. Its magazine door, landing gear door, and a parachute door all have serrated edges, which also helps improve the stealth effect of J20. And they are now doing a flat pass. One is flying away, and the other is making a vertical climb. That's a supersonic speed. You can see the air passing through the fuselage.
Incredible, and you see the engine. Wow.
It's rolling. It's rolling again, turning left, and the spectators on the ground must be very excited to see this. Because they conducted more movement than they did last year.
Showing off
Wow,
all
look
the
at
new
the
moves.
smooth fuselage.
Beautiful.
Turbofan engines.
The twin engines.
Yeah, wow,
Wow.
it's making a vertical climb and rolling.
Every time they do a steep climb like that, the pilot's pulling a lot of G's.
Yeah.
That's several times the force of gravity bearing down on your body.
Yeah.
And it takes intense physical training.
Even can't hear what you said because of the sound of the engine.
It's like going up on a roller coaster, but in a fighter jet.
Yeah, that sound makes people feel it's called rolling again.
More rolling.
It keeps rolling. Full.
Beautiful.
Swing over.
Right. That's a wing over. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's dizzying just to look at the moves. And I understand that in order to counter the G-force, pilots actually train in centrifuges where it's like you're sitting on the edge of a clock and they just spin you.
Yeah. So
And then it kind of trains your body to counteract.
Wow.
That's probably 9 Gs, right?
Yeah. That looks like an arrow penetrating to the sky, to the cloud.
Yeah, that move. That's at least a 9G maneuver. Fast and furious in the skies. For an untrained body, it's actually really dangerous to have so much several times of forces of gravity bearing down on your body, and because the blood is being pumped out of your brain into your extremities, and you could pass out, and that's pretty dangerous in the air, and you could crash before you wake up, and that's why pilots spend a lot of time in the gym and in this in intense physical training to learn how to counteract the G-force. Now we're seeing a second aircraft joining the
first one.
performance.
What isn't?
That's a big bird, right?
Yeah. I think that's challenging for the pilot
Yeah.
when a bird is, the flying.
Yeah, I wonder what happens when they see a bird. I mean, are they going to have to dodge it?
I don't think they will be nervous or be.
They can
go
just
after
fly
by the
into a bird.
Yeah.
Are those landing gears?
Yeah, so they are going to land at the airport because the gears are lower in and out.
Right.
So the first two
Wow.
will be landing soon, I think.
That's quite a short performance.
Yeah.
It's already wrapping up before, we got enough of it.
The performance is of a J20.
Oh, it's doing another evasive move.
I think we were wrong. We're not going to land so fast.
But I think, these are definitely landing gears.
Yeah.
It seems like they are also simulating a scenario where, you're searching for a runway and then you got
Yeah,
someone on
yeah,
your
yeah.
six, so you have to make an emergency climb to escape and to survive. And then now you're circling back, trying to find a place to land.
Yes, we can see that clearly the fuselage of the J20.
And of course, the J20 doesn't, work alone. They work with other aircrafts as well.
Yeah, it's landing. We can really see the transition between the fuselage and the wings move.
Wow. It's a very, very pretty parachute.
The second is going to land too.
This is quite a historic moment. I mean, I think at the last air show, the J20 actually never landed at the Zhuhai Air Show. This is the first time
that's the first time.
we see them on the ground.
We were lucky enough. I mean, me and my cameraman were lucky enough to see the J20 at the airport 2 days ago.
As they were preparing for the performance.
Yeah.
So we caught a quick glimpse.
Yeah.
Of
We
the
just
aircraft.
saw the J20 just staying at the airport, and they just had it landed down at the airport 10 minutes ago when we came out from the room. We saw them.
So we saw 4 aircraft at the beginning of the performance, but only 2 landed.
Yeah.
What happened
What
to the
about
other
the other two?
Yeah, where are the other 2?
I think they're still performing. They want to show more movement to the spectators on the ground. In very limited space, the aircraft that are performing aerobatic movement, they have to land at the airport quickly after they, align with the runway.
And as we said, the J-20 stealth fighter made their debut in 2016, and it was enlisted to the Air Force 2 years after that, which marked a significant step towards our full combat capacity of the Air Force.
And in a real combat, landing as quick as possible is also very important.
And again, we heard the Air Force spokesperson or Air Force official mention yesterday that we're going to have J-20 in a lot of scenarios, and we're also in the future going to see J-30, J-40.
Yeah.
So, our homegrown technology and stealth fighter jets have actually come a long way.
That must be good news for the people who love aerobatic performances.
Fifth generation fighter jets like these, developing jets like these have become a priority in a number of air forces around the world because they are superior in almost every category in combat.
Yeah. 2 J-20 aircraft are moving slowly back to where they took off.
And when development...
What about the other two?
Yeah.
That's a question again.
That's a question for our viewers, and I think for a lot of us on the ground. It's like, what happens to the other two?
Yeah, I think that's also the question that the spectators want to raise. I think they're still hovering in the sky.
And I believe when the J-20 aircraft took its first flight back in 2011, it used to have Russian engines,
Yeah.
right? But later, we put on our own Chinese-made engine and ushering in a new era
Yeah.
of domestically powered fighter jets.
Well, that's another one, another type of aircraft. That's J-16.
Oh.
That's a J-16. Yeah, we can hear the sound is somewhat different from the J-20.
Yes.
It's making a right turn at a very fast speed. And it's also releasing some smoke.
Yes. So you're looking at the Shenyang J-16.
Yeah, in Chinese it's also called a 歼16.
Yes. And it's a Chinese advanced fourth generation tandem seat twin jet multi-role strike fighter.
The cockpit is fitted with a helmet mounting the display system to improve pilot's situational awareness. That's high technology. Well, I think the fuselage is much slimmer than that of J-20. And also the J-16 is equipped with an AESA radar and is powered by two Chinese Shenyang WS-10 turbine engines. It's making a left turn. It's rolling now. It's rolling. It's rolling.
And the weight is reduced by using composite materials, very much like the J-20 that we just saw.
Yeah.
And it also has an electronic warfare version, which is the J-16D, and it was developed in the 2010s and made its debut last year.
It's making a right turn again in a very limited space. Yeah, we can also see J10 already on the ground. Wow, look at the air.
Earth-shattering.
It just keeps rolling and turning to show the flexibility of the aircraft,
Yes.
and also the high technical skills of the pilots controlling the aircraft.
And you could probably see it's a twin-engine, two-pilot jet.
Yeah.
And you know, having an extra human brain on the back of the plane is very important because
Yeah.
you know your body helps you increase your situational awareness and helps you process information and helps you with decision making.
Yeah, exactly. So they have to work with each other.
接下来会有一个小速度的入场，100到200。
The speed now is about 200 kilometers. It's also a very low speed.
The J-16 is very suitable for long-range combat and escort missions, and is one of the core elements of China's air defense.
Yeah, speed is only about 200 kilometers. So it's a big challenge for the aircraft to keep it flying at this speed, because the maximum speed of this jet can be over 2,000 kilometers per hour.
And it was developed, and as you mentioned, they were powered by 2 turbofan engines, and is essentially China's answers to the Russian Su-30 flanker program or the United States Boeing F-15E Strike Eagle. But has made some new improvements.
It's making a sharp right turn to show its flexibility, and it's rolling, making a right and left turn.
And not only it can make all these swift maneuvers, it could also carry up to 12 air-to-air missiles, along with a 30mm cannon and satellite-guided bombs.
Yeah.
And it has a long range of 3,000 kilometers, and actually can be refueled in the air.
It's rolling and turning right. It looks like a bird
Yes.
that was, had been trapped in a trap for many days and just released from the trap. And it's flying happily in the sky.
Yes. And the J-16, compared to its previous variation, has a better radar and fire control system.
Wow.
Wow.
Turn it upside down. That's really challenging, I think.
Wow. And then another steep climb.
Yeah. Because when it turned up down, pilot also have to be aware of the direction.
Yes. Oh wow!
It
These
released the
flares.
flare. Yeah. That's the first time we see flare coming from the fighter jet.
And actually, since September 2020, the J-16 has become a frequent.
Yeah,
More flares.
It's releasing flare again. And the flare is to make the infrared guided missile seek out the heat signature from the flare rather than the aircraft's engines. Because in contrast to radar guided missiles, infrared guided missiles are very difficult to find as they approach aircraft because they use an infrared homing system that's a passive weapon guidance system. They do not emit detectable radar and they are generally fired from behind directly toward the engines. So in most cases, pilots have to rely on their wingmen to spot the missile's smoke trail and alert them of a launch. And it,
The landing gears are down again.
Yeah, and also speaking of the flare, flares burn at thousands of degrees Celsius, which is much hotter than the exhaust of a jet engine. So missiles like IR missiles seek out the hotter flame, believing it to be an aircraft.
On the foreground, we can see a lot of people.
Yeah, we see the J-10, we see the AG-60, 600.
And that's the end of the performance for the J-16.
Exactly, we see the J-16 landed at the airport smoothly.
This is also the first time apparently they landed at the airport after a performance. And for the first time this year, just a few months ago in May, the J-16 fighter jets were seen participating in a China-Russia joint patrol. The PLA Air Force deployed fighter jets as escorts for Chinese and Russian bombers in regular joint aerial strategic patrol in the Asia-Pacific region.
Yeah.
Because strategic bombers are not designed to engage in air-to-air combat. And that's why having fighter jets like these as escorts is very important. And military commentators say the fighter jets J-16 and 20 are crucial in the face of constantly changing battlefield environment. It's also been a frequent participant at the PLA's routine exercises near the Taiwan Straits.
Yeah, and the empty weight of J-16 is 17,000 kilograms, and its max takeoff weight is about 30,000 kilograms. Pretty strong.
And we just saw the J-20 before that. These two jets actually work together. J-16 complements the more advanced J-20 fighter. Because the J-20 uses its stealth capacity to destroy hostile anti-air installations and win aerial superiority, but it cannot carry as many weapons as the J-16, which we're looking at right now.
Yeah. L10. another supersonic advanced jet trainer and a light combat aircraft independently developed by China. And that's wait and see. We see the giant is moving on the way. It's also called a kunpeng, which means big bird in Chinese mythology.
It is incredible.
Really incredible. That's YY-20.
Oh, YY-20. Or 运油20.
Look at a turbofan engine they have here. The YY-20 has 4 turbofan engines independently developed by China.
Nice close-up shot. The cockpit.
It looks really strong.
Yes, the YY-20 or 运油20 is China's new generation aerial refueling aircraft. So the fighter jets that we just saw, J-20 and J-16, can all be refueled by this big bird.
We can also saw a lot of spectators looking forward to see it flying.
So the YY-20 actually made its formal debut at the People's Liberation Army Air Force Aviation Open House and Air Show in the city of Changchun, northeast China's Jilin province. And as we said, it's the YY-20 can have aerial refueling capacity with fighter jets like J-20, the country's most advanced stealth jets, and the J-16, which we just saw at the same time.
Yeah, we see the
I wonder
Oriole
if we're
tank.
going to actually see that today, the aerial refueling, because that would be really incredible to see.
Yeah, maybe we can see J-20, J-16 again. If that happens, it's moving fast on the runway and going to take off in a few seconds. It looks clumsy, but it moves really fast.
Yes. The big bird can fly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's up. Wow.
Wow.
Pretty steep, actually.
Ooh. We can hear the sound of the engine. Yeah, this aircraft has a maximum carrying weight of 66 tons and it even can carry a tank.
Yes, it's a large transport aircraft. The sheer size of it makes sure that it has high capacity of containing fuel. And actually only the United States, Russia, and China have this capacity.
Yeah.
The big bird can actually carry over 100 tons of fuel, and half of that can go to refueling other aircraft.
You know, refueling one fighter jet in the mid-air is difficult. Oh well, it's turning left, flying toward the spectators, presenting a good angle.
It's flying quite low.
Mm-hmm.
So you said refueling a fighter jet in mid-air is actually very difficult.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because two require higher technical skills for the pilots and also the crews. We can also see the left and the right wings of the Yunyu 20.
Can we see the refueling pods from here?
Yes.
Very elegant.
The one beside the smaller one beside the two engines is the refueling pod. Yeah, the left and the right wings of the Yunyu 20 are equipped with the refueling pods on its wings. And when refueling, two flying booms are released, which can refuel two main battle aircraft at the same time, such as J-20 or J-16. And also, this has greatly improved the Air Force's long-range maneuverability, long-range attack and defense, and also long-range delivery capabilities. It's a large transport aircraft with a 6-ton maximum carrying weight and a 200-ton maximum takeoff weight. And it's very hard to see in the world to have both. And so far, only the United States, Russia, and China have this capability. So we should really be proud of that. It's still flying, turning right, showing its flexibility and also the good skills of the pilot and the crews.
It is impressive to see how stable, how steady it is,
Yeah.
and how smooth it is.
Yeah.
Such a monstrously huge
Such heavy
airplane.
machines flying in the sky. But it flies very smoothly.
Landing gears are down. It's coming.
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
I really want to see them do
Okay,
that
I think
mid-air.
they are. It is
Oh.
releasing flying booms.
The fueling.
Yeah,
boom.
3 flying booms.
Does that mean they can refuel 3 aircraft
At the same time. Yeah.
Wish we could see that in action. Actually,
And-
3 fighter jets.
Yeah, and also it is said that if this aircraft refuels a J-20, it only takes it 2 minutes to refuel that.
Wow.
Very efficiently.
Very efficient. Faster than refueling an electric car, that's for sure.
Yeah. Greatly improved the Air Force's long-range maneuverability. 3 flying booms were released now.
And they can, as we said, refuel fighter
A few
jets
minutes
like
ago. Yeah.
J-20, the J-16. They provide crucial air support for our fighters.
And half of which can refuel other aircraft. 100 tons of fuel. That's incredible. And half of the fuel can refuel other aircraft.
That is impressive. We actually the Air Force actually started exploring this technology as early as the 1980s.
Yeah. Because at that time, the J7 and J8 they were commissioned to the PLA Air Force, and the combat capability of the Air Force fighter jets was hugely improved.
And at the same time, the changes in the international environment make maintaining air security in South China Sea a very urgent task.
Yeah.
And
So
patrolling the islands and reefs on the South China Sea became an item, a priority for the Chinese Air Force.
yeah. So the area refueling is very important.
I believe this is definitely the first time I've seen a flying display by an aerial tanker.
I think most of the spectators, including me, expected to see the YY-20 refuse 3 aircraft at the same time in the sky.
Yeah,
It
that
seems
would
that
be incredible.
I pity now.
Hopefully, in the next air show, they could do that. Oh, I think we see the C919
Yes.
On the runway.
C919
Is
on the
that
runway.
coming up next? I wonder.
I think you're right. The C919 is preparing for taking off in a few minutes.
But I wonder, is the big bird going to land, or is it just going to fly away?
I think this is going to land.
Oh, yeah. So it needs to retrieve the pods first,
Yeah, the flying booms.
the booms, yeah.
And also, its former version, the Y-20, uses an upper monoplane. Actually, this too uses an upper monoplane and lower mounting engine pod, which means the wings are above the fuselage, and its wing center section does not pass through the fuselage, but is directly connected to it. And this makes the cargo compartment of the YY-20 or Y-20 even bigger to carry more cargo, and keeps the engine away from the ground, reducing debris suction. And this design also allows the aircraft to take off and to land normally, even on a gravel runway.
Oh, the flying booms are back up,
Yeah, back to the pod,
back into the pods.
which means it's going to land at the airport very soon.
And if you're just tuning in, we are live from Airshow China in Zhuhai in southern China. We're in the middle of a flying display. We saw earlier the August 1st Aerobatic team, and then we saw J-16 and J-20 fighter jets, and now we're seeing aerial tanker, the YY-20.
Yeah, and it's a former version. The Y-20 aircraft has participated in both the parade celebrating the 19th anniversary of the founding of the People's Liberation Army, and also the National Day parade celebrating the 17th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, as well as taking part in joint exercises and military drills home and abroad.
coming down.
Yeah, so landing.
So this is a different runway, I think, from the fighter jets.
That needs a bigger one.
Yeah. Very smooth landing. And on a very short runway.
Yeah, Guangdong successfully lands at the airport.
Now, a close-up shot of the big bird. You could probably see the Bai August 1st insignia on the tail, which means it's an official soldier, I guess,
Soldiers.
in the PLA Army.
Paratroopers. Well, the Y-20 delivered food relief aid, and including 3,000 tents to Pakistan in August. And then also 6 flights delivered over 100 tons of relief supplies over 3 days to quake hit Afghanistan in June. And 2 flights also sent over 30 tons of food, fresh water, and tents to Tonga following a volcano eruption there.
Now we're looking at a recap, I think.
Yeah, that's a recap of J20. For J20, that's a replay.
So let's enjoy the highlights of the displays earlier.
And the next coming to you maybe is the C919. Or JL10 aircraft.
So enjoy the highlights, but don't go away.
Yeah, stay tuned on CGTN. Hello everyone, welcome back to CGTN.
We are live from Zhuhai and continuing our live commentary of the air show, the aerial displays. And right now we're looking at the at COMAC's C919 on the runway.
Yeah, and it's C919 is China's first domestically built large passenger jet.
And they rolled off the production line in 2015 and took to the skies and landed at 3:19 p.m. In 2017.
Yeah, at the Shanghai Pudong International Airport, after it had passed its last flying review back to 5 years ago in 2017.
This is one of the very highly anticipated displays this year. A lot of speculations beforehand as to whether or not we're going to see this narrow body jet.
Yeah.
And right now we're looking at it. Very exciting. This is a twin engine plane.
Yeah.
Do you know the story behind the name C919?
Yeah, you know, C in an aircraft's C919, the C in the aircraft's name stands for both China and COMAC. COMAC, which means Commercial Aircraft Corporation of China. And do you know what 9 stands for?
Yes, so 9 symbolizes 9, forever in Chinese culture, and then 19 represents the 190 seats at maximum capacity, and that's why we get the name C919.
Oh, that's interesting. So 9 symbolizes forever in Chinese culture, 9. And the giant is still moving on the runway, and I believe it's going to take off in a few minutes. Oh, this is a helicopter.
In the foreground, which is probably going to be in the air as well, so we'll look forward to that. But right now, again, we're looking at China's first domestically built large passenger jet making its debut at Airshow China.
In fact, the C919 has 150 to 170 seats, and with a standard range of over 4,000 kilograms. And also, it's narrow-body jet, and this narrow-body jet is comparable with the updated Airbus and Boeing's new generation.
Now it's taxiing on the runway, about to take off. Narrow-body jet is called the workhorse of civil aviation. Here we go.
No, sir, I'll take you home.
Very smooth takeoff. Landing gears up. This is comparable to the updated Airbus 320 and Boeing's new generation 737, which brings China into the top ranks of a global aviation manufacturer.
Yeah. You know, before it takes off officially, this plane carried out its first taxiing test on a wet runway in March in Nanchang, and that's Eastern China's Jiangxi province. At that time, well, that happened in March 2020, and at that time, the 105 prototype tested aircraft of C91C took the test in Nanchang, where 4 sprinklers sprayed the runway to simulate a wet ground environment.
And that laid the groundwork for the C919 getting the important certification by Chinese aviation authorities.
Yeah, because certification from that department is the final step required for commercial operations.
Lots of people watching the
People-
show.
People are excited. They're so emergent.
And in addition to a wet test on a wet runway, it's also been tested under high temperature. And it was flown in Turban, a city known as the Land of Fire in northwest China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. And the high temperature test was back in June 2020.
Yeah. People are so
And
immersed in the flying performances of C919. Yeah.
Right now it's flying in very cool temperature, but in order to see how good and steady the aircraft is in high temperature, the high temperature test actually lasted for an entire month back in 2020.
Yeah, but speaking of turbine in Xinjiang, turbine is renowned for its harsh desert climate, especially its extreme summer. During June and August, the average temperature can surpass 38 degrees Celsius. I was in Xinjiang for many times, so I know that turbine is a good place to do the test.
Because it's really hot.
It's really hot, yeah.
Right.
Especially during June and August. That's the summer.
And this year we've seen quite a lot of extreme weather events as well as impacts of global warming becomes more severe, and that's why having jets that can counter the impact of extreme weather is important.
Yeah. At China Eastern Airlines, one of the country's largest airlines headquartered in Shanghai, signed a contract in March 2021 to buy 5 C919 jetliners from its COMAC, its developer, Commercial Aircraft Corporation of China.
So the brand new planes we put into operation in domestic flight routes, connecting Shanghai and several other major cities, including Beijing, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Chengdu, Xiamen, and a bunch of other cities.
Wuhan and Qingdao, yeah.
As we said, narrow-body jets are the workhorse of civil aviation.
And also with several rounds of test flights, the C919 finally gained its airworthiness certification from the country's aviation regulator just 2 months ago, because now it's November. They gained the certification in September this year. And the planes are flying at a lower altitude. So people can see. Okay.
Oh, it's going up again. They do this all the time.
Yeah.
It's like every time we thought they were going to land, they put their nose up and they go up again.
Again, yeah.
It's like, surprise, we're not finished yet.
And the chief designer of the C919 said once that the design team was focusing on improving the aircraft's safety, comfort, and energy efficiency in terms of technological innovations and the design details. For example, the team improved its resistance ability against the bird strikes and the capability of dealing with emergency and even hijacking.
So you said there's a lot of media attention on the C919,
Yeah.
seeing as it's China's first homemade commercial aircraft.
Yeah, and it is said that the first C919 plane will be delivered to China Eastern Airlines in December this year. Hope that serve more people in the future. Making a left turn.
So just at the end of September, COMAC held a certification ceremony for the C919, which can now be delivered to its first customer, as you mentioned, China Eastern Airlines. Although it now needs a separate production certificate before it could actually ramp up and mass produce.
Yeah, then that's it. I think it's going to land at the airport soon because the gears have been lowered.
Yes, short 15 minutes demonstration, but a historic moment because this has never been done before.
It is its debut in Zhuhai. Sorry, it's my fault. It's not landing.
This always happens. Every time we thought they were going to land, they do something else.
Well, again, it's making a vertical climb.
Yes.
And the success of C919 makes China the fourth jumbo jet producer after the United States, Europe, and Russia.
Yes.
And it also marks a milestone for the Commercial Aircraft Cooperation of China, also called COMAC,
Yes.
the Shanghai-based manufacturer of the C919.
And according to an advisor to the C919 program, China really must be able to build its own passenger jets and then wanting to replace foreign engines as air travel is expected to rise. In 2021, Boeing forecast that Chinese airlines would need 8,700 new aircraft by 2040 at a cost of nearly $1.5 trillion US. So we spend billions of dollars every year buying planes, buying foreign planes. And that's why it's important.
That's incredible.
Yes.
That's incredible. turning back.
So instead of spending trillions of dollars buying foreign planes, we're seeing the government putting more money towards building our own planes. Now, which would also help boost China's industrial capacities, because it takes an entire supply chain, an industrial chain, to produce an airplane. Which is another way to boost domestic economy and help our companies innovate.
Yeah, it's also time consuming.
Although it could take at least 15 to 20 years for China to build its own engine. Right now we have foreign engines on this plane, but we are actually working towards replacing it, because as we said, it's important to have our own homemade, homegrown jets.
I think it's going to land at the airport now. Look at the powerful engines.
Very elegant plane.
Successfully landed at the airport.
Wow, that wraps up a very successful and historic debut of the C919
in Zhuhai. And it's also a milestone for the Shanghai-based manufacturer of the C919. Okay, so it's the AG600.
600, the amphibious aircraft. And I believe it's the AG600M, which is a variation of the AG600.
It's moving and it stops on the runway.
I believe we're going to see its powerful firefighting capacity.
Yeah, it's going to. I think it's going to pour
water.
Yeah, 12 tons of water.
12 tons of water in just seconds.
Demonstrating how it fights the fire.
So it's useful for putting out forest fires.
Yeah.
And because it's amphibious, it also helps with sea rescues. So it's up.
So flying. Also, this plane is codenamed Kunlong, which means gigantic fish or dragon.
The AG600 large amphibious aircraft is seen as an essential part of China's emergency rescue system. It was developed by the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, or AVIC, to meet the needs of firefighting and marine rescue missions and other critical emergency rescue operations. The water dropping task is a critical task for its amphibious firefighting aircraft.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that.
Yeah. We believe it's going to do drop in water. I think that's warming up for it.
I guess it needs to fly a little bit further away from the Zhuhai Airshow venue.
Yeah, because
it's gonna
think about that.
water
12
on top.
tons of water
Yeah.
will be dropped from the airplane. is adjusting its direction. It's controlling.
Oh, here we
Okay,
go.
so here we go. The plane is dropping water.
Wow. Out it goes. 12 tons of water out in maybe 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So this variation of AG600, the AG600M firefighting aircraft prototype, actually completed its first flight test in Zhuhai here, where it has an assembly plant.
Mm-hmm. It's a amphibians aircraft, which means it can be used both in water and then, on the land.
And so last year we saw AG600, and this year it's the AG600M. There's actually 4 prototypes altogether, and the 3rd and 4th prototypes will undergo their first flight tests
Mission.
in November and early next year.
And we can see the spectators are really happy with that
Yes.
because they have a good place to watch the air show. It's turning left. I think it's going to drop water again because it carries about 12 tons of water.
Is it landing?
No, I don't think so. It's landing.
Already. Well, the flying boat is back on land.
Yeah. It was somewhat different from the aircraft that we saw before. It lands at the airport very slowly to ensure the safety.
This year.
Yeah, a very short and a simple demonstration.
Yes. But it's 5 years in the making.
Yeah.
The assembly of this aircraft started in 2014 and made its first flight, as we said, in 2017.
Yeah. And that also shows the innovation and also the hard work the team member had put in.
And very much like the Yunyo 20, this is also expected to participate in foreign rescue missions.
I think this aircraft can be used well in Sichuan province, southwest China's Sichuan province, because of its special terrain. There are a lot of gnarly and steep mountains in Sichuan province.
We had forest fires this year as well in Chongqing.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
And this would
Chongqing.
come in handy. Oh, we
Okay,
have
so
the
the
next
helicopter.
lineup.
There's a helicopter. Yellow.
应该看到的是直升机的编队即将进行表演。 自于第14届中国航展的前方的信号。我们现在看到的是，陆军航空兵直升机已经起飞了。
为什么陆军也要配直升机呢？因为现在我们陆军的战略已经发生了变化，叫做机动攻防立体作战了。那机动攻防可以在地面上通过坦克、装甲车、铁路运输。那么在空中呢，你立体你一定要有空中的支援力量，所以我们的陆航就显示了它的这种贴着树梢啊这样一个高度，超低空的飞行来进行突防。还有一个呢，就是从空中来快速的打击地面的这些目标，所以这个陆航的飞机呢，它要体现这样一种能力，就是如虎添翼。
我们现在是在中国航展的现场看到的是中国人民解放军陆军某空中突击旅的飞行动作展示。这次的这个直升机的展示，应该也是首次来到珠海航展的现场。
对，过去呢，我们讲这个直升机要么是就是民用的直升机，这样的话呢，现在我们是军用的直升机，特别是直20这样多用途的直升机，包括直10武装直升机啊，这样的都是我们现在陆航已经配备的直升机。那么给我们的陆军的作战，就是立体的攻防、机动的作战啊，增加了非常重要的这种力量，既体现了立体，也体现了快速，更体现了这种信息化的体系的对抗。
那今天现在我们画面当中看到的是3型3架直升机，不同的种类哈。
对，因为现在啊，这个由于气象的原因呢，陆航的这个直升机呢进场比较晚，他们基本上就没有时间再做预演，所以大家现在看到的就是他们到来之后直接的这种表演。我想这样更体现了我们陆航飞行员的这种熟悉环境、掌握环境来驾驭自己就是飞机的这种能力。大家看到现在3级编队在中间的呢，很显然是大一些的，就是直20，那么小一些的呢，应该是直10武装直升机。
还有一型应该是直8L
直
运输型直升机。
哦，
所以这次航展上空上演的是3型3架直升机的表演。
哦，那很显然就是陆航的这个编队呢，他想显示它的多机型，它的多用途。那么大家现在呢，可能看到的就是不同的机型但是呢，它们是一个整体，要一起来展示它们的各自不同的能力作为运输直升机，当然它的这种运载能力要更大一些，但是作为这个小型或中型的直升机呢，它要体现它的更灵活现在他们已经转弯了，准备通场。
其实直升机来到珠海航展的这个现场还是第一次，因为之前我们有直升机博览会，我们在直播会上的时候是看到就是直升机的表演的，主要是直10。直20应该是第一次来进行一个空中的飞行表演。
大家看到他们现在横排的编队在进行通场马上就要经过这个主席台了。
领头的长机为直10武装型直升机，左侧的位置为直20的通用型直升机，右侧的位置为直8L 运输型直升机。
大家现在看到的是，显然是武装直升机，很像美国的阿帕奇但是是我们国家的直10武装直升机。由于从前面流过的这个速度非常快，大一些的是这种运输型的，那么还有一种是小型的更灵活的直8了。
这三架直升机都是为我们国家国产自主生产的机型，也是我军目前的主战机型。直8L 运输型直升机。
这个直20呢，它的这种通用性可能更强，因为呢，它可以担负运送伤员，比如说机降人员，然后呢，还可以在我们的这个像陆军呢，一些综合的保障性的这种任务中进行使用。而直10武装直升机呢，它的特点主要就是对地面的目标有很快的突击能力。一个，它的高度可以贴着树梢飞；第二，它可以挂载火箭弹、航炮等等一些装备，对地面的目标进行打击，对陆地上的这些兵员进行相关的支援。大家现在在镜头里看到的，实际上就是这样的武装直升机。
在镜头当中看到的应该是直10哈。
对。
直十武装直升机呢，也是我们国家第一款自主研制、具有自主知识产权的中型专用型武trang直升机。那它和这个直20的区别在于哪呢？
一个呢是它的吨位啊要小于直20，因为直20呢是一种通用型的啊。你看，明显的它的这个航炮在前面，然后还有挂载的这个挂架，你看这个侧面的这个挂架就可以看到了啊。它是挂载火箭弹的火箭筒、导弹发射都是在这块的，由它来完成。所以呢，大家看到非常的明显，而且它是双座前后的啊，这个就是前面一个驾驶，后面呢可能是观察，比如说你要投弹呐、或者导弹发射呀，它是这样一个分工啊，是个前后的串座。你看它现在进行一个
钟摆的动作，
悬停。然后呢，就是在你的这个前面进行啊，咱们讲直升机，这是最典型的直升了哈，垂直的向上。
这是个钟摆的动作，向你致敬。
它实际上呢，这个向大家对，就是用它的特殊的方式啊，
大家问好，
向大家问好，打招呼。
欢迎大家来到中国航展的现场。
你看它现在是一个
钟摆飞行，这是一个钟摆飞行，是吧？
对，就是左右的啊这种飞行。进一步显示了直升机的这种灵活性，
就水平的机动性，就是来回摆着像钟一样的，这个还挺形象的。
现在它又反方向的啊，向它的右侧，这个进行横向的飞行。大家看，一个是它高度非常低，还有一个呢，它飞行的非常的灵活自如。那么展示了就是武装直升机啊，因为它一个要搜索发现这个目标，同时呢，它要规避就是地面上的这个对它的可能打击造成的威胁，所以它展示的这种灵活性，实际上也是在显示它就是防范和进攻的两种能力。
其实这样的一个动作，平时在训练飞行员绕点追打地面目标，连续进行火力打击的作战行动的时候，
是的，因为大家注意到，它假设啊前面是敌人的一排横向的防御的目标，那我可以横着，就是做这种钟摆的时候，把你前线的这些目标呢，用航炮啊，或者是用导弹或者火箭弹呢，进行直接的这种压制，而不是一个前后的压制。而现在呢，它向大家展示的呢，就是它要能够就是俯视的对目标更进一步的近距离的观察和打击展示了它的这样一种飞行控制能力。
这就是武装直升机的这样一个能力吧？你看这个直十吧，这是直十在哪里？
对，因为直十一定要强调它的这种就是灵活性，因为它在未来的时候很有可能还要作为陆军的陆航的作为上舰也就是说在我们的这个2栖攻击舰上，你要能够起降，由海向陆发起攻击这对守卫我们的岛礁、维护我们国家海上方向也可以发生重要的这个作用。所以它现在呢，除了这个悬停钟摆式的这个表演以外，可能还要有一种
蛇形的机动。
这个体现了就是我们刚才讲的要贴着树梢因为这样的话呢，对方不容易发现它，可以非常好的隐蔽自己，快速的进行突防。
其实他在模仿这个蛇形走位，这个动作通常用于训练飞行员低空飞行时连续躲避障碍物或者攻击。
对，大家想，如果现在在山沟里面，很有可能就要忽左忽右，对吧？规避这个山的这个撞击，所以在这个地方呢，它就显示了我在低空的时候非常灵活的转弯，实际上就是蛇形机动、八字机动，然后呢，这样来体现它的这种操控的性能现在做了一个盘旋，这个体现了它的这种在原地的这种
机动性。大家都觉得可能直升机没有这个，就是咱们的战斗机那么巨大的这种轰鸣声这个在于是它的发动机的这个。
对，因为它的这个发动机是有点讲，它不要求那么高的速度，因为一般直升机只要求每小时200-300公里的速度，而喷气式的飞机，它是要超音速的或者是高压音速的，所以它的发动机的这个喷出来的尾部的声音是非常巨大的。但实际上， 你如果坐在这个直升机里面
直升机里头
震动也是非常大的。我们两个人讲话就这样讲话是互相听不见的，必须要通过耳机。如果坐过直升机的同志啊，就会有这种体验。实际上它的这个力量还非常大。如果你在下边啊，就是你如果在这个时候戴着帽子的话啊，就是它的这些风呢是可以把你的帽子吹掉的。哎，所以在大家看的时候，好像很平静，但实际上底下的这个草木啊，都是被它的螺旋桨巨大的这个转动的风所这种。
所以这个直十武装直升机其实一直都在展示它的各种性能啊，比如说它的机动性，然后它的这个实战能力，快速的改变方向这种等等。
对，大家看到现在它是一个大角度的俯冲了，因为大于35度角的俯冲就可以成为俯冲。它刚才起码有个45度角以上，现在在进行通常。
一转回升，500多度的一个回升，跃升倒转。
大家看到它跃升之后呢，开始转变自己的方向啊，就是充分体现直升机的这种灵活性。那么它现在开始打出了一些干扰弹，实际上呢，这是一种防御的手段啊，就是当发现对方的导弹在对自己进行攻击的时候，那么发射这种红外比较强的信号，让那些导弹去追这些干扰弹。所以呢，大家可能觉得这个是跟导弹有什么关系吗？不是他主动攻击别人，而是说呢，他要
干扰人家的视线。
对，要干扰就是来袭的导弹。他打的时候是
干扰敌方的这个视线哈，人家就找不到他。
下降，然后这个做一个那么实际上它的这些武器呢，主要是火箭弹和导弹，还有它前面的非常明显的航炮，当然前面还有它的这个机载的雷达。你看它现在这个又在继续发射这种干扰弹。当然，在今天的航展上，它这个发射干扰弹呢，还有一些就是提示大家，观看它们组成的这个图案。大家看这个刚才干扰弹组成了一个非常漂亮的花朵，实际上有表演的意思在里边，但实际上在作战的时候它不是这样的。现在直十武装直升机在继续发射干扰弹，但是呢，它是在一个比较固定的位置做一个大角度的转弯啊，掉头，然后呢继续发射这个干扰弹。这个时候呢，就是像飞机的尾部啊，然后来保护自己。现在是一个快速的机动的转弯，然后调整方向，因为它要尽量的让这个展馆的这些观众啊，对它看得更清楚一些，所以它不能离开啊，就机场跑道的距离太远，所以一直在这个附近呢进行相关的表演飞行。
这个直十武装直升机可以担负攻击地面的装甲目标，刚才我们看到可以打出这个干扰弹，提供战场的火力支援，夺取超低空制空权等。现在是在吊起
吊装一个
装甲车。
装甲车，对。这样的话呢，就是显示了啊，我们这个直升机它的一种快速的投送的能力。因为我们知道，这个车辆啊，它尽管速度很快，但是要翻山越岭怎么办呢？那如果用直升机就可以快速的把这样的车辆啊，或者是火炮啊，或者是其他的装备就吊起来，然后呢直接就是运输。所以它在显示啊，这样一个悬停，我能够拉多重的一个东西，多大体积的一个东西，然后快速的呢吊装起来，然后就是比如说这个跨过河流，因为桥梁被炸了嘛，那我可以把我的火炮啊，把我的兵员呢，把我的装备啊运送过去。那现在呢，它就体现了这种吊装的能力啊。
现在我们看到进行吊装的是直8L运输直升机，吊挂的是一个全地形的突击车。这个直8L运输机呢，也是我国自主研制的大型高原运输直升机。
现在直8呢，它也有多种型号啊。刚才我们现在展示了，就是
直8L，
陆地上用的，因为 L 可能是代表着意味陆地啊。因为我们还有 H， 就是海军型的。那么它的这种直8H 呢， 这种运输机，一般在我们的就是两栖攻击舰，还有船坞运输舰上啊，登陆舰上都可以看到啊，比如说昆仑山、长白山这样的啊，都可以看到这样的。其实它们的结构那基本上大同小异，都可以有这样吊装功能，还有就是运输比较多的装备啊、人员啊这样的功能。所以现在它是通过在陆地上的这种表现啊，特别是要强调一点，它适合在高原啊这样的地方，因为高原嘛，氧气比较稀少。那么在这样的情况下，你的这些装载或者运载的能力可能会受到限制，但是呢，它可以通过这样的表现，说明即使是在高原，我仍然能够完成相关的任务。特别是大家可能都比较熟悉我们国家的青藏高原那个方向啊，那是基本上都是处于一个
无人的
海拔的这个比较高的地方啊。那我们守卫边防的官兵无论是需要物资的时候，或者是装备的时候，都可以通过Zhuhai 这样的直升机呢，给他们进行保障和运送。
所以这个Zhuhai其实也是专门针对这个大型的高原运输来专门研制的一款新型的直升机。
所以今天我们是以点带面，因为这个是陆航的航空兵的表演，所以我们通过陆军的这个Zhuhai的表演，我们也可以联想到空军相应的这种就是
运输机，
直升机的运输机，海军的直升机的运输机这是我们整个中国人民解放军的装备的一种建设发展。
18型直升机，它是在18直升机的平台上来进行改装的，是吧？
对，因为18就是属于是比较大的一个组件，它的自重呢应该有30吨了。一般的像轻型的直升机只有4、5吨重所以属于轻型的，还有10几吨重的中型的。我们看到现在就是在登场的是直10武装直升机。
他们之间其实在进行一个交叉的协同就是它在运输的时候，可能它在近距离的在我们的视线范围之内，再来进行它的这个飞行能力的展示
对，因为今天的给每种机型或者每个单位的表演时间都是有限的，那么所以我们要在这么短的时间之内，要把各自的这个特点、各自的性能都给展示出来。刚才我们看到了吊装，那现在呢，我们看到了就是这个直升机的缓缓的开始回场了，因为他刚才已经表演了这个各种的动作。
这就是还是一个钟摆的动作，在盘旋，它是准备降落了，
着陆了。对，大家看到现在它非常稳的降落在跑道的最前端了。
那也就是说，直时进行的表演已经结束了，
因为它刚才表演了各种的性能，包括释放这种干扰弹。那么现在看到这个
Zhuhai
的运输机
和1020两架，这都是18吗？
前面是18，后面是
1020。
因为18明显是比12还要大，12是中型的，而这个直是的它比较小，但它又是轻型的这个
大一些。
所以我们可以理解为这个即使就是用我们的1020也可以运送大量的这个人员和装备，因为它属于通用型的。特别是现在直升机呢，还担负着通讯的中转或者是目标的搜寻、目标的中继的任务。就是当导弹打到一定程度的时候，它可以作为导弹给导弹指引继续前进或者哪个方向的这个目标。所以它是一种多用途的这种直升机。因为能见度的关系所以这个尽管直升机距离我们的距离呢并不是很远，但是呢它还是不是非常的清楚因为这个今天能见度
不是很好，今天云层比较低，所以81飞行表演队飞的也是第3套动作，因为它整个是根据它的这个Zhuhai的天气等等来进行调整的。这几天Zhuhai一直在下雨，今天算好的。
对，但是据天气预报说，明天后天可能天气更好，所以希望大家明天后天还能够继续
锁定
观看
我们的
继续
直
观看
播报道。
可能就是这个我们的飞行员飞出来的动作更多，这个大家呢能够看到的这种精彩的镜头也更多。因为这种就是演示呢，非常的具有代表意义就突击车呀，或者火炮这个是军用的这个装备，特别是陆战的这种装备。那么在过去的时候，比如说有障碍的时候呢，可能在运输或者传送的过程中呢，就会遇到障碍，走不了了。那你既然立体攻防或者是这个机动的这种作战，你就达不到这个作战的效果。而通过直升机，特别是这个我们直8L 这样的运输机吊挂，那可以快速的，就是进行相关的这些演示。而现在这个知识我看又起来了他又在这儿，
知识又起来了，
又开始在继续
对他们三型飞机估计还要再协同。
你看这个，
这是知识。
前面的陆航 LH， 2163号，8262。
982163，这是一个什么？
这就是它的编号嘛，就是陆军航空兵的前面是它的这个航炮，或者是这个前面是机载的雷达。你看这边都挂架这都是这个火箭弹的挂架都在这儿。那它已经停车了，看样子它已经完成任务了
离好近啊！其实离我们的这个跑道，离我们这个
对距离非常
近的。
看大家可以看得非常清楚，前后串座。现在发动机在逐步的停下来。现在你看，大家现在看到的是机降不是伞降这通过这个上面搭载的兵员，通过这个钢丝索，然后从飞机上下来，在这个直20就悬停的过程中，刚才拉下来一道钢丝，所以很多的这个兵员
已经被
这个
投送下来了。
这个叫机降，就是
机动降落。
就是一个有伞降，就跳伞，区分于这个伞降。这种呢就是要你的距离离地面更近，更快速一些。
刚才人送下来了吧？
对，刚才我们可以看到一个班的这个兵员已经就是全副武装的
送下来了。
所以我们看到呢，这个今天直8L主要是展示它的运输的能力、吊装的能力，而直10这个展示了它的这种对陆攻击、对陆打击的能力，而这个直20体现了它的多用途，也就是它的这种机架把这个特战队员给它运送下来，然后还有一些非常灵活的，因为它一直跟这个直8L呢进行伴飞或者是一起协同当然这就显示了它的这种比如说目标中转，或者是这个信号的传输以及人员的运送这种的功能。现在呢，它在给大家表演悬停，你看它悬停的时候非常的稳。
这是直20。
对，这个非常的稳就在这儿悬停，一动不动。然后它就要表演它在悬停的过程中，我也可以进行上下左右的摆动就是说明我的这个
它的机动性能
也非常好。
它是比直10要大一些的。
要大，它是中型的直升机，而且多用途的。大家看到它现在也在进行钟摆的动作，因为这个场地比较有限，所以要一架一架飞机来，所以这个直10武装直升机呢最先表演的这种钟摆，现在呢是这个直20来进行相关的表演。
直20战术通用直升机呢，也是我们国家自主研制的中型多发多用途的直升机，它采用的是单旋翼带尾桨的，然后低位后置平尾的这样一个构型，这是一种什么样的构型？有什么好处呢？
因为这是传统的直升机的构型，这样的话呢，一个是安全的性能比较好，还有一个呢就是它有尾桨比较灵活。你看现在大家可能印象比较深的是，俄罗斯的卡52就是同轴共桨，那么那个速度更快，但是呢它没有尾桨，它比较平稳，但是呢它从 这个某一些性能上，跟这个我们现在直20啊，或者是传统的这些直升机呢，是有一些差异的。它主要追求它的速度，或者是在打击的时候它的稳定性。但是从整体的安全性，还有运输的这种能力上来讲，实际上呢，我们直20呢还是有比较好的这种安全的系数和比较好的这种性能。
其实直20因为是通用型直升机，据说它首次应用了电传的飞控、旋翼的防图兵等新的技术，它在白天黑夜就是这种复杂的气象条件下也能够进行重要的运输。
对，这个呢就是我们讲的全天候飞行，就是在白天、夜间都能飞行呢，叫做昼夜的飞行。但是呢，白天又分成2种气象，就是昼辅和昼简，就是白天的简单气象和白天的复杂气象。那么，现在它在发射干扰弹啊，就是大家看到，
这个还是相当漂亮，
非常的漂亮。它是打出了就是一个横向的啊，不像刚才放花似的，因为它是做了一个前后的飞行，所以呢，它放出这个干扰弹之后呢，来保证自己的安全。那我们讲到就是直20这种飞机啊，它由于是通用型的，由于可以执行多用途的这种任务，大家有的时候都可以通过这个飞机的舷窗看到对面啊，所以看看
又打出了干扰弹。
干扰弹，而且我们注意到它故意让这个干扰弹形成一个漂亮的图案啊，你看，这个时候像菊花一样啊，这么一个转一圈儿，然后呢打出一个图案，那这样呢很显然是表演给大家展示的一个意义在里面，但在实际的作战应用中呢，它可能要根据实际的情况来发射干扰弹的方向和数量。你看它现在是非常低的一个高度啊，在就是利用这个山势来掩护自己，并且呢贴着山飞行，实际上也在表演它在未来的军事行动中的时候呢，可以借助山势，然后呢有效的出防。
所以其实今天的展示的这个直8L、直10和直20，其实突出了它们不同的这样的一个直升机。
对，
尤其是在作战体系当中，他们能够承担的角色。
对，他们有各自的长处啊。你比如说吊装就要靠直8L，那么打击火力支援就要靠直10，而多用途我们就可以用
直20了。
通用型的直升机，这体现了我们现在直升机啊，型号多，功能全，那很显然对我们的这个作战是一种巨大的提升啊。
现在应该是
着陆了。
菱形着陆，什么是叫菱形着陆？
其实呢，就是因为它的这个刚才在飞行的时候呢，它的这种已经离跑道非常近了，就近距离的，非常近的，直接的快速的降落。
这是它的这个适应力非常强。
对，就是因为你作为军用的直升机，很显然是具备要非常灵活的能力和非常熟练的这种操控的性能。这个把车辆卸载了，大家看到突击车已经不见了啊，所以它已经运到了目的地了，现在完成任务了，返航了，已经又回到了这个展馆的上空。
应该今天的这个表演基本应该是结束了。
陆航的这个3架直升机的表演结束了，他们展示了各自的性能特点，展示了我们飞行员的这种很好的驾驭的能力。
其实也是直升机首次亮相中国航展的现场了。
大家能够看到一个动态的因为过去有直升机可能也是静态的都在那儿摆着停着，大家现在直接就可以看到，这些直升机能做哪些动作，能有什么样的功能性能都一一展示出来。
所以在这个中国航展的现场，我们不仅是可以看到最先进的这样的一个武器装备，其实这次有很多的大国重器也是亮相，他们说首发首射有很多的新产品，也体现了我们新技术的发展。
的确，刚才我们通过这个讲解，也 既看到了就是我们军用战机的这些性能能力，而且呢我们也展示了民用的这些飞机的特点，比如说刚才C919的这种飞行客机，还有就是像特种的飞机，比如说这个 AG600这样的可以灭火的飞机。现在我们大家看到了陆军航空兵的直升机这个作为中国人民解放军的这个建设发展来说呢，也是一个巨大的跨越。因为过去解放军嘛都是靠2条腿走路也没听说过，就是说还有直升机如虎添翼的来进行空中的支援。而现在我们已经有了自己国产的这样的多型号的直升机来加入陆军的部队所以大家以后觉得这个飞行员怎么是陆军呢，就觉得不足为奇了。
级飞行表演啊，已经进来。
对，教师飞机呢是我国自主研发的一款跟世界同水平的一个高级教练机。它的起飞距离非常短，你看现在它在平推加速，
拉起，
然后速度到了
拉起，
拉起来了，
非常的漂亮。
而且
飞机是近乎垂直于地面的扬轴，一飞冲天啊！
对。然后呢，它现在在做一个调整，往右侧的这个方向转弯，然后转过来以后直接对向这个观众席，然后呢开始做一个大坡度的盘旋。
哇，发动机的声音相当的可以啊，这个。
对。它的这个盘旋的半径呢非常的小，而且它的可用的引角也非常大。据我了解，这款飞机的最大可用引角达到了26度，而且它还有一定的余地。你看它的半径非常小。我的印象中，它的半径大概只有300多米。然后它改出以后，
直接的大扬角又上升了。
对，
拉起。
然后大伙儿可以看到它的2个边条涡是非常明显的。这个边条涡呢，对这架飞机的气动特性有非常好的作用，所以它的机动性，包括它的敏捷性，都是非常好。
我看它起飞的时候就相当的快了，起飞间距很短啊。
对的，它呢是配了2台这个全旋线数字电传控制的涡扇发动机。双发的，对。作为教练机来讲，它首先强调的是安全性，所以我们这款教练机呢，它用的是双发，而且呢，它是一个数字电传控制的。
然后连续的横滚，然后再直接的跃升。
是的。
这个机动性相当可以啊。
对的。然后它一个半斜扣就下来了，所以它整个的这个飞行表演的范围都在这个视线范围
之内。所以看起来真的是非常的过瘾。
对的。
那实际就在我们的上空。
对。
快速的通场。
是。
然后一个大仰角，横滚，连续的横滚。
对。
又上升。
对。
这就是一个倒扣吧？
这是一个变向，就是在滚转的过程中，把飞机的方向快速的进行一个变向。这在作战过程中，它有非常实用的一个动作。
机动性相当的可以。对。又是个大仰角的提升，横滚，连续
滚转，然后一气呵成，再次变向，然后反方向调整飞机的位置和。
杨洋老师曾经就是这个教师，之前叫 L15啊。
对的。
您就是首飞员。首席试飞员，就是首飞的就是您试飞的。
对的。
那现在再看到这些飞机，很亲切吧？
那肯定的，这必须要亲切。
那这个动作您
现在是一个侧飞，然后也叫这个刀锋动作。它实际上就是飞机以接近于90度的这个坡度，然后在空中稳定一个时间。好了，侧飞结束以后，然后进行一个调整。
这个侧飞的动作其实就像一把尖刀一样，大坡度的在空中划过去了一样。
对的。
就通过这样的一个转向动作，也是在调整飞机的轨迹的吧？
是的，同时呢也反映出这个飞机的优良的这个气动外形、气动特性。好了，拉起来。
气的横滚是他经常做的这样一个动作。
做一个4点的滚转，它就是每90度，然后再
转一次。
转一次，这样的话呢。也同时能够反映出我飞行员的操纵水平和飞机的操纵性以及它的安定性。
这些动作您在试飞的时候都飞过吧？
都飞过。
是不是对飞行员的这个考验非常的大？
对的。除了对飞行员的考验，同时也是对飞机的考验。像做这个动作，现在开始放干扰弹。这架飞机呢，虽然是个教练机，其实呢，它也可以作为一款轻型的攻击机。 在必要的时候，它可以参加作战。好了，现在飞机回转，然后大伙儿看，这个飞机已经放下了起落架，它后面将要接一个带起落架的铜滚。
带起落架的铜滚。
对的，带起落架的铜滚。
马上。
对的。
好，放下起落架。
好了，拉起来。
拉起来。
然后开始。
盘旋。
对，做一个铜滚。
铜滚。铜滚就是像桶一样的，它比横滚要更大一点，是吧？
对，就相当于一个桶。我们平时看的桶是立在地面的，相当于把这个桶放倒在水平的位置，然后飞机绕着这个桶的边缘，然后旋转一圈。然后而且它是带着起落架的，某种情况下带起落架，它的飞行速度一般不允许大，但是呢，它在这么小的速度范围内，它就可以做这个动作，因为铜滚呢是一个战术机动动作，在实际的作战过程中，这是运用的比较多的。
但是对飞行员的考验能力要求很高啊。
对的，它尤其对飞行员的操控能力。尤其在表演过程中，他要做好这个铜滚还是比较难的。一般的我们都是在中空做这个动作，但是今天呢，它的高度大概也就是200到300米，然后完成这个。现在他把起落架放下来，应该是在调整我的位置，准备小航线落地。现在做3转弯，然后呢，这个飞机的起降离地速度和着陆速度都比较小，这样的话呢，它作为一个款教练机来了，它下面可以衔接我的基础教练机，以至于我的初级教练机，但是对上呢，它又可以连接我的这个作战的性。你看这个航线非常小，基本上改平以后高度也就是10来米，小航线落地。
现在基本上我们的战斗机都是小航线落地。
对的，因为在作战过程中，它要尽快返回地面进行补充，再次出动。所以对小航线的这个训练是非常重要的。
小航线就是很快的就着陆了。
对的，就是在尽可能短的时间内完成我的落地动作。这个作战是非常有用的，因为它可以节省很多时间，再次准备，再次出动。好了，现在飞机在减速，它放出了减速板。这个飞机呢是没有减速伞的，正因为它优良的起降性能，所以它不需要减速伞。减速伞如果有的话，当然对飞机着陆的滑跑着陆距离是有好处的，但是呢，有的话它又会增加我的维护。我没有减速伞，在维护上我可以更加的简化。好了，现在飞机收起减速板，然后准备滑回停机坪。这个参加飞行表演的这个飞行员，也曾经是我的徒弟。
您的徒弟呀？
对的。然后他在我们空军的这个教8的时速尾旋上面，他是9个种子教官之一。
哦，您带出来的徒弟，我记得您是在08年的时候，咱们是 L15的首次飞行。
对的。
06年是首次亮相。
对的。
我认识杨老师也有10几年的时间了。
是，然后在09年，我跟崔老师也有幸在迪拜相遇。
那个是他首次飞出国门。
对的，那当时也是我飞出去的，然后从巴基斯坦，然后越过这个印度洋，到阿拉伯湾，一直越过这个阿曼，到的我的阿联酋的迪拜，然后参加我们的迪拜航展。然后
所以说您也是见证了整个其实 L15的发展。现在叫教师啊，是中国航空工业的发展，您最有发言权啊。
是的，因为在我的这个飞行生涯，尤其我的试飞生涯中，然后是伴随着中国航空工业的发展以及中国空军的强大，这是我一步看的。因为早在珠海的第1届航展，96年的第1届航展，我当时是飞的 K8飞机，然后有幸参加了第1届。然后后来呢，到这个98年的第2届，到2000年的第3届，一直到06年的第6届，然后到后面的几乎每一届航展都参与，尤其是作为练15的首席试飞员，在08年，我跟我们当初的战友周建国一块驾机在我的珠海 机场场控。
现在回忆起这一块，其实我们还是感觉很自豪、很激动。
对对对对。
啊，就是这型飞机现在已经是列装部队了。
已经列装部队，所以作为我曾经首飞的飞机，看到它已经开始大量装备部队，作为我来讲，应该感到非常的自豪和荣幸。
好的，我们也跟杨老师一起感受到了这种自豪和荣幸。那么接下来我们通过一个刚才的飞行集锦，来再回看一下 L15的精彩飞行。
Hello, welcome back to CGTN live stream, and welcome to Airshow China 2022. I'm reporter Zheng Songwu.
And I'm Huang Fei. We're live in Zhuhai, in Guangdong province, and we're looking at part of a flying display. Right now, 4 aircrafts about to take off.
Yeah,
Taking off.
that's the PLA Air Force Aviation University's Red Eagle Air Demonstration Team.
So the Red Eagles are from the Aviation University of Air Force. Oh, there are 8 of them.
Yeah.
The university is where a lot of our current astronauts come from.
Yeah, such as Yang Liwei, Wang Yaping, Zhai Zhigang, Jin Haipeng, and Nie Haisheng.
As well as Chen Dong and Liu Yang, who are currently in orbit.
Yeah. You know, the Aviation University of Air Force is located in Changchun, Jilin Province, in northeastern China, and it was established in 2004. And this team, the Red Eagle Air Demonstration Team, was established in 2011, just back 11 years ago.
Very young team.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see on the camera 8 aircraft are flying together. And the aircraft this team uses
Zhao 8.
this is K8 aircraft.
K8 aircraft. And K stands for Karakoram Mountains, which
Yes.
are at the junction between China and Pakistan. Because in 1986, China once cooperated with Pakistan to develop the original model of K8. So we're going to see performance from the K aircraft. Right now they're flying in an arrow shape.
And
Wow.
releasing
Colorful smokes.
thick plumes of colorful smokes to pay a tribute to spectators on the ground. And they're changing their shape.
Wow. Changing shapes very quickly.
Yeah.
This aircraft only made its, this aircraft made its maiden flight back in 1994. And it was officially equipped with the Air Force Flight Academy in 1998. Right now it's the main training model for the Flight Academy.
And all the pilots are the instructors from the team. And among its 18 members, there are 3 super pilots and 15 first-class pilots. And they're all top pilots in China. And also on October 1st, 2019, the instructors from a team celebrated the 17th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China on the National Day Parade, flying 7 K8 aircraft over Tiananmen Square with colorful smoke. This is a new shape. Okay, they're releasing the smoke again. But only 3 of them are releasing the smoke.
8 aircrafts flying as one. This is again an independently developed, well, it's an advanced training aircraft independently developed by China. It's equipped with some fire control systems and can also mount air-to-air assault weapons.
They look like bees on the camera
Yes.
in the sky.
Bees that can mount very powerful attacks
Yeah.
in combat. And so for students learning to fly fighter jets, learning to use this aircraft and mount air-to-air missile attacks, and mastering how to use aerial cannons to attack enemies is one of the most basic training components in their one of the basic links in their combat training.
And they'll turning right in the same flat. They also have to keep the distance in a proper way.
Yeah, it looks like they're flying very close to each other again.
Yeah.
Beautiful arrow piercing through the skies. Now they're changing formation.
That's a diamond.
Wow. So this airplane is actually flown by many pilots from all over the world, from 20 different countries, including the United Kingdom, America, and Russia.
Yeah, and
And-
they all spoke highly of the
Yes.
aircraft. And also this aircraft that made its maiden flight in 1994 and was officially equipped with the Air Force's Flight Academy in 1998.
Wow, this is really demonstrating excellent situational awareness.
Of the
You need
pilots.
to know exactly where you are
Yeah.
in your team, which takes years and years of practice. But, flight demonstration teams like these are a window into a country's air capacity, air combat capacity. And the aircraft itself has been exported to other countries as well, countries like Pakistan, Myanmar, and Zambia, or Namibia.
And the aircraft is equipped with some fire control systems, and it can also mount air-to-air assault weapons. Two of them are separated from the formation.
So I'm sure these formations and the way they change them have real, combat meanings.
We're expecting they have a special movement for us.
What are these two going to do?
It seems that they're flying in a very close way. They're making a right turn. And now it's a flat pass. It's a very basic formation in real combat, and they separate, flying to different directions. So you can see the color is red, so that's why it's called a red eagle.
This is also a twin-seat aircraft, I believe. It's a very cost-effective and easy to operate, which is a great way to lay a solid foundation for pilots in training. So the student sits in the front cockpit and the instructor sits in the back.
Yeah. It's okay, opposing cutting knife edge pass again.
Beautiful. You have to be very confident and highly trained in order to pull off that move.
Yeah.
You really have to trust your partner.
And the rest aircraft is doing a flat pass, releasing smokes and rolling at the same time. Oh, that was incredible.
Changing formation again.
One of the aircraft was leaving the formation.
This is a great demonstration of the airplane's maneuverability.
Okay,
Wow.
one is doing a flat pass, the other is just keep rolling down and up around this
It's like
air flight.
it's like two eagles playing with each other, eh?
Yeah. Very beautiful picture. It just keeps rolling, and that's really challenging for the pilot.
Now we're seeing in the static display the Y-20.
Yeah. With the new 4 turbine fan engines.
This is another photo opportunity.
Okay, that's great. They broke to different directions. Leaving the smokes in the air looks like a beautiful painting.
This year, I must say, there are visibly fewer people on the ground.
Yeah, and we can also see some infantry vehicles and an AG 600 that demonstrated some flexibility in the morning. Well, here on another 2 aircraft are flying over. Okay, they're gonna repeat the movement. One is rolling up and down.
Very smooth. So again, these are best of the best in our Air Force.
Yeah, top pilots.
And the top echelon of these elites become astronauts.
And also speaking of the training of pilots in China, this training of pilots of the Chinese Air Force is divided into the initial education, the advanced education, and also the army training education.
And only in the advanced stage they get to actually use this K-8 aircraft.
Yeah. They just crossing each other, making special movements and releasing thick plumes of smokes.
And also speaking of pilot training and pilot recruitment, there are, discussions about height requirements of these pilots. They can't be too tall.
Yeah, it can be too tall.
I think the range is from 160 to 185.
Yeah.
That's the height. That's a range for pilot's height.
I think they're going to do a opposing knife edge pass again because it's so fast. Okay, no, it's rolling.
Wow.
And it pose for a second.
Very sharp moves.
And making a vertical pass. So in the higher education training stage, the K-8 aircraft is used.
Yes. And I guess there's a lot of similarities between pilot training and astronaut training.
Wow, this is amazing.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah, this is even, much more difficult than the first movement.
Wow.
Now it's one aircraft is rolling around the two aircraft and they just broke to different directions. And they have to keep the same pace, and that's, I think, the most difficult thing to do. Because they have to communicate with each other all the time. And they have to control the flight while communicating.
Excellent demonstration of their
Wow,
teamwork.
that's-
Another beautiful move.
That's amazing. Another amazing movement. Two different aircraft that are rolling up and down around the other two aircraft which are doing flat pass.
Just never ending. Just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling.
Yeah.
I guess
That looks like a DNA.
Yes, it does. Leaves a beautiful trail in the air. But I think in real combat situations, this is a great way to evade enemy
attack from the
attacks.
tail and escape from attack.
It's a good way to confuse your enemy. Like they don't know where you're going.
Yeah, it's a solo performance. Okay, opposing. Okay, climb
Steep
vertically.
climb.
Yeah, steep climb.
This is another multi-G maneuver.
Bearing down. And in the afternoon, it's a little bit harder to catch the aircraft on the camera because K-Bytes is smaller than J1020, 16, etc.
Yeah, we're looking at the AG600M, which just performed earlier this morning.
There are still quite a number of people. Yeah, in the center of the screen we can see a J-20. 3 aircraft are flying together with the altitude difference. Wow. It's flying over our studio.
Yes. But they're a lot less noisy than the J-20.
Yeah. No, that movement was really fantastic. You even can't think about a word to describe that.
This is a 2 aircraft choreography. Let's see what they do.
Might be. Ooh, that's.
Wow, it's a 4 aircraft.
It broke into different directions, but keep it in the same pace.
So again, we're looking at the static display of the Zhuhai Airshow, also known as Airshow China. It's the largest airshow in China and has been held every 2 years since 1996 here in the city of Zhuhai in Guangdong province. And it's an event to promote the country's homegrown military and civil aviation technology. And we're looking at one right now. This is an indigenously developed trainer aircraft.
And again, the Red Eagle Air Demonstration Team was established in 2011. It's a young team, just 11 years old. And on the camera, one aircraft is rolling and in pose for a second.
Yeah, it's a challenge for the camera to capture the movements.
Spinning down and climb vertically again.
I think the weather today, as you said, is makes it quite difficult to see the aircraft.
Spinning down is also important in real combat because it also helps pilots and aircraft to escape from an attack from a tail from the enemy. It's rolling again, twice. Okay, it keeps rolling.
And then going up again. Just like we kind of lose the aircraft, lose visuals of the aircraft from in the clouds, I think that's exactly what they want to do in combat. They want to confuse their enemy.
Yeah. I feel the weather is getting better because it's getting brighter in the sky. In the limited space, there's only one aircraft. The rest must be preparing for the special movement. And the amount, it's like 18 members, 3 pilots are super pilots, and 15 are first class pilots, and 7 aircraft
Wow. Beautiful.
releasing smokes, flying together, and they're braking again to different directions.
Looks like a finale move.
Yeah, I think it looks like a fireworks.
Yeah. We mentioned that the K-8 has been exported to countries such as Pakistan, Myanmar, Zambia, and Namibia.
Yeah.
So it means that not only we can produce and manufacture aircrafts, we've also been able to get to a certain quality level, an international quality level that has been recognized by other air forces.
Yeah, and also K-8 is cost effective and easy for the pilots to operate, especially for the students to operate, like a junior pilots. And this can lay a solid foundation for the junior pilots' flying skills.
The flying displays have always been a highlight of every air show. This year we have so many firsts. Now this one is landing.
And when training, the students sit in the front cockpit and the instructors sit in the back one.
All of these aircrafts land very, very quickly on a very short runway, which is again a crucial skill to have in combat situations.
K-8 looks much more flexible because it's smaller. It's a smaller size and compared to J-20, J-16, and even AO-15. And the third one is going to land at the airport of Jinwan. And they haven't, demonstrated all their movement today.
I wonder if it has something to do with the weather conditions.
You want to keep it secret for the spectators. And we can see 2 pilots on the aircraft. Another one is landing.
we could see the pilots with their helmets on. Very colors are in line with the aircraft. I read that there's a saying in the pilot community: you lose 20 points of IQ once you put on the helmet. Once you get up in the air, you lose some IQ points because
Yeah.
it's just
That sounds hell for me.
it sounds very dangerous, but it's one thing flying in a simulator and making decisions on the ground, but it's really it gets really challenging when you go up in the air and you're pulling multiple G's and you're fighting to squeeze the blood from your extremities back into your brain and trying not to pass out, but at the same time working with other with your teammates and trying to survive in a battle and trying to win the battle.
Okay, that's the replay.
Enjoy the highlights.
And again, stay tuned on CGTN, and more air show will be coming to you.
现在是在中国航展的现场，大家现在看到的是我们地面装备的动态演示已经开始了。从画面当中，我们现在看到的是一些什么？
画面当中正在场地中进行的是来自于中国经验集团有限公司的404、606、808轮式装甲车。
这3型装甲车是从左侧不同的入口疾驰而来。从这个4×4、6×6、8×8，其实展示了一个系列化的一个产品。
对，就是展示了中国这个展览在人身车辆现代化发展上的一些最重要的这些成果，包括在产品这个短视频发展形成系列化的一些产品装备。
好的，我们看到2型的人事战术车辆正通过水池，它们是新一代的人事战术承载平台，既能够满足武器装备的需求，也能够高效的进行人员的运输。感觉这种实战的这种场面，
对，
已经非常的清晰和明显了哈。
因为今年这个整体场地吧，就是没有做过多的人工修饰，然后按照这个相当于在自然环境下的这个状态，以及进行了一些实战化的布景。此刻正在进行抬炮的是 SH-15型155毫米加榴炮，自行加榴炮。然后你可以看到，它可以在整个这个纵坡上，然后通过放开驻除，然后它整个悬挂架下降以后，然后能够实现快速的这个火力展开，进行射击以后，同时在射击之后，然后还能进行一个快速的收回，进行一个快速的阵地转移。
它其实是一个车炮一体化的这样的一个车载加榴炮吧？
是的，因为现在战争中这个侦测手段越来越多以后，一些对炮位的这个一旦发射以后，炮位的反侦察这个手段也是比较多，能快速对这个炮位进行定位。所以说采用这种的车载炮的形式，能够实现一个快速的展开、快速的布置、快速的机动，以及在射击后的一个快速的转移。
同时，它的这个越野能力强，射程远、精度高，其实这也代表了155火炮发展的一个未来的方向。
对。
好，现在在这个水池中、坡度上，场内的轮式战术车和装甲车正在这个，哎呀，我觉得这个场面就感觉我其实特别想身临其境的开一下这个坦克装甲车。对，
今年这个场地反而比因为可能有看过去年直播的那个观众的话，今年的整个场地的情况比去年要更加泥泞，特别是前期经过其实雨水也比较多，包括有台风，整个场地的泥泞程度也是更贴近于在实战中的这种感觉。
现在都是这些咱们这种设计都是为了体现咱们这个在实战过程当中我们这个装甲车的这样的一个能力，是吗？
对。
好，现在我们画面当中看到的是什么？
现在画面中当然看到的也是咱们去年在航展上刚刚最新亮相的这个 VN22型6×6轮式装甲车，也是中国兵器工业集团在轮式装备方面的一个最新一代的6×6产品。今年过来的车型跟去年一样，但是可以告诉大家，这个车型在这1年中已经有了一个比较大的一个发展。对，包括它本身自己的能力，以及它的车俗化的这个进步，已经在这1年中有一个很大的一个发展。
那胡老师跟我们介绍一下，到底它有哪些发展吗？
因为现在的话，我们现在作为这个装备体系的设计，讲究的还是一个平台化和智能化。然后首先在这个平台化的方面的话，它作为一个机型平台，经过这几年来的一些相当于不断的打磨以后，它具备了一个基本能力。然后往后它的发展就是开始往它的系列化的武器载荷这个方向
在发展了哈。
对，在发展。
所以今天如果能够来到那个中国航展的现场呢，我们可以在现场能够看到这样的一个非常非常震撼的这样一个场景啊！但是在我们的电视机前以及我们的手机端，我们也可以实时的看到正在进行的这样的一个实战的兵器装备的演示。
对。
咱们今天的这个表演一共有多少型装备要亮相呢？
今天我们一共是有接近30余辆各型的装备参加本次这个动态演示，然后包括各
位观众大家下午好哈，我们现在是在中国航展的现场，大家从画面当中看到的是正在进行的地面装备的动态演示。那现在正在进行的是哪一型装备的演示呢？
现在正在进行的是来自于中国兵器工业集团有限公司的4×4、6×6和8×8轮式装甲车的一个演示。 同时在现在这个画面外，还有包括战术车，然后车载榴弹炮等等型号的一些现场的机动性演示。
等于说整个的表演，我们是一共有多少些这样的装备要出现呢？
在全部表演中，今年的动态展一共有接近30余型装备参加了此次的动态展。现在车辆已经开始进行一个编组。
我现在看，这现在是正在过这个水沟吧？
对，其实可能从那个画面上看不特别清晰。在我们的现在正在画面中转过来这3台长得一模一样的4×4防雷车，其实它是可以实现一个有无人编队的这么一个能力。因为咱们细心的观众可以从后面几台车上看到了很多的传感器，这也是体现了我们在将这个智能化、无人化的技术应用在这个军事装备中的一个探索。
那现在我们画面当中现在看到的是什么样的？
这是我们第一幕的这个轮式车辆的表演，马上就要结束了。接下来是我们关于我们的主战坦克和履带装甲车辆的装备即将进场，这是来自我们中国兵器工业集团的钢铁洪流。
这个名字也很霸气啊，钢铁洪流。
是的，这也是体现了这个作为陆战之王的这个装备的地位的。
现在我们的画面当中看到的就是我们中央广播电视总台装载在这个坦克上面的一个特殊的视角这个视角非常的独特，在去年的这个航展当中我们是没有见到的。
对，这个是相当于把摄像机放在了咱们的身管上，然后体现了在一个较高视角下车辆行驶的这么一个状态，比较有震撼力。
这个主观镜头非常的漂亮。
这个镜头中间出现的这个比较小型的装备是可以重点脚踏，这是一款履带式的地面无人平台。
地面无人的，那它就是自动驾驶。
对，它现在就是通过自动驾驶和遥控驾驶相结合的方式，然后实现对战场的这个侦察，以及实现你看上面装了有各种各样的火力打击能力，它是实现对战场的侦察以及火力打击能力。然后它这样子，我们包括把它和履带车辆进行一个编组，也是体现了，也是希望在我们这个表演过程中体现出我们在有无人协同作战这个理念上的一些探索。
那它未来是不是也可以跟有人的来结合，无人有人的一个相互的这样的一个协同作战呢？
对的，通过无人装备去进一步拓展有人装备能力，从而进一步可能在未来的某个时间实现全无人的这个装备化。
这是一个5吨级的履带式无人地面的平台在未来它可以和有人的平台高效的连同协作。
对。现在画面中的是来自于中国兵器工业集团有限公司的履带式装甲车辆，包括了
坦克和履带式装甲车辆，它们的区别是什么？
现在主要是他们的作战用途不同所带来的他们本身的这个火力性能成员搭载能力的不一样。比如主战坦克，我们还是以这种搭载大口径武器，然后高防护、高机动、高火力这么一个形式。而作为履带装甲车辆，它的功能不同的话，它都是履带底盘，具有相同的通过性能，但是根据载荷的不同，它可以承担包括人员输送车呀，包括像突击车呀，包括步兵战车，包括医疗救护后勤保障等等方面的这些能力。
我看现在是这个坦克和履带装甲车是同时的在集结，纵向的排开这个成编制的这样的一个设计，也是为了体现未来我们整个的一个作战部队它的一个未来的能力吗？
是的。现在镜头中的就是我们那个主战坦克的明星产品 VT4 主战坦克和 VT5 主战坦克，然后在后一字排开的是VN12型履带式步兵战车和VN17型履带式步兵战车。
这个 VN12 和 VN17履带式步兵战车火力猛、防护强，它也是可以与这个主战坦克来协同作战的，是吗？
对，它就相当于实现了一个在这个机械化或者是未来这个智能化水平下的这个整个的步坦新型的步坦协同。
那其实它也可以独立的来执行各类突击的任务，完全的满足现代化的战争的需求，是陆战场机械化、信息化复合发展的一个代表性的装备。
是的。
所以经过这几年的发展，其实我们这个地面装备也是越来越完善，越来越齐备
对，
它的这个先进性也越来越高了。现在咱们画面当中看到的是什么？
现在画面中的主要我们能看见的是来自于中国兵工业集团的主战坦克产品。
这个是由中央广播电视总台安装在这个装备上的特殊的视角发回来的画面。 好，我们现在看到的这个画面当中是在翻过这个山坡哈。
对，这是我们叫做起伏路。
这是一身什么样的装备呢？
这个是来自兵器集团的 VT5型主战坦克，这也是我们一型两用的产品。然后就是传统所说的外贸型的轻坦。
哦，它就是更轻型化一些是吗？它的那个载重量是多少？
它的战斗权重现在是在30吨，然后比较适合在一些水网稻田啊，包括一些比较地面包括像比较狭窄的一些区域啊，包括地面那个承载能力比较小的一些区域，所以说它的更为灵活。但是它在灵活的同时，它的火力和防护能力没有任何下降，还是比较强大的。
今年这个场景的设计要比去年确实要难度大一些，我觉得，因为有很多的水沟啊，包括就是
天然环境，
是因为最近珠海下雨下的比较多。
对，因为现在最近在我们演练期间，珠海的也经历了一场台风，然后也前段时间一直不停在降雨，但是对装备的这个机动性能，基本上在这样的条件下还是没有太大的影响。
毕竟我们是要去实战的哈。
对。
那现在我们画面当中看到的是一身什么装备呢？
这是来自中国兵器工业集团这个主战坦克履带装甲车辆的，在进行一个集结谢幕，进行一个传统节目吧，坦克圆舞曲。可以看到，在这个转向过程中，坦克的这个火控系统是开启的，炮口始终稳定的指向了一个固定方向，这也体现了我们在坦克火控方面的一些这个比较强的能力。
好的，其实在这个中国航展的现场，每天我们都会能够看到精彩的飞行表演，也会看到这个动态展示区来展示大国重器、国之重器的这样一个能力哈。好，欢迎大家接下来持续的关注我们新闻频道带来的中国航展的直击报道。我们现在看到的这个画面是什么？
现在就是主战坦克这一幕演出即将结束，然后车辆正在依次出场。接下来就是来自于中国兵器装备集团有限公司的山猫系列全地形车为大家带来一场灵动的表演。
山猫是非常具有灵动性的，名字就很能看出来，山猫就是山地里行走的猫，是我可以这么理解吗？
包括你看，如果是有些观众在近台馆看的话，那个山猫的 logo 其实就是一只非常灵动的这个小动物。把它的整个特点体现得非常的充分。
那我们现在在画面当中看到的是4辆山猫车，
对，
是有人的还是无人的呢？
现在这都是有人驾驶的。现在的这个整体平台能力的话，都是具有它那个可进行有无人可转换。
好，现在看到的山猫车2台哈。
对，是远端的话是。正在通过综合前的，刚才通过综合前的是来自兵器装备集团的4x4系列全地形车，然后现在画面正中央正驶过来的是6x6系列的全地形车。
现在我们可以看到这个4辆山猫和4辆全地形车通过水池。
可以看到，就是刚才画面中的咱们的山猫全地形车上也加装了很多的环境传感器。如果是比如说对智能汽车行业比较了解的同学，也能发现它包括了一些对环境感知的一些设备，包括刚才在中国兵器工业集团咱们展示的过程中，车上也有类似的这种环境感知设备在上面。现在的话就是现在的平台进行一个有无人可转换，然后面向无人作战的这种探索是进行的越来越多，也越来越深入。
其实这样的一个编队也是为了让大家来了解这个超轻型无人作战的一个单元，
对，然后以及体现各个超轻型平台能够在这个作战单元中所承担的作用。
它可以依托直升机、运输机、空投完成快速的部署。
对。
现在画面当中看到的这个装备，是不是还是这个？
对，还是
山地车、全地形车。
对，也可以看到它有的。从观众视角来看的话，有些带棚子，有些背的有
不带棚子，
对它，所以说都体现了一个不同的一个作用。有的可以作为物资运输啊，包括弹药运输，然后包括人员运输，包括进行一些火力支援的，这个能力还是比较丰富的，就是体现了这种在机型平台上进行系列化发展的一个思路。
这开这个车的人会溅一身泥吧？
对，因为这个其实也是这种超轻型车辆的一个特点，它的就是为什么采用这种框架结构呢？它也是一个是重量轻了以后，整体它的机动速度能越来越快， 第二个，采取这么一个开放式结构以后，也比较方便这个人员的快速上下车。
在这个现场一定是非常的震撼。
对。其实观众有机会的话，也可以有机会的话，后面也可以通过来兵器的静态馆进行一个参观，看一看整个装备的体系，在那边可能展现的更为充分一些。因为毕竟在现场这个时间和空间还是比较有限。
它其实这次的展示是一个全体系化的，有10个板块，有个指挥中心的指挥台。
对，现在在兵器馆展现的是中国兵器在整个体系化、智能化以及这个系列化发展方面的一些最新的能力。
现在正在就是体现它的机动性能，现在是一个爬楼梯，
对，
爬上爬下，
机动性能还是非常优异的，而且比如像8×8的这个车辆，它还具有水陆两栖能力。你看这个我们的涉水池的这个水还是比较浅的，所以更多的还是在里面一个轮胎着地的一个状态。在更深的水里面，它就可以通过这个轮胎划水啊，或者增加水推进行一个水上机动。所以为什么叫全地形车呢？就各种各样的地形它都能够通过。
这个4乘4的全地形车主要是用于人员的运输和轻武器的运载，具备直升机装载空投的能力，操作简便，越野能力强，并且驾驶感听说还是非常好的。其实我也很想去驾驶一下，我们可以吗？
驾驶方面还是比较简单的，因为跟咱们可能在外出游玩的时候接触过的类似于那种全地形的沙滩车，它的驾驶的方式类似，但是作为军工产品来说，它更体现的是它的这个可靠性，这个高机动性能。
现在山猫地形车是不是正在组成一个编队？
对，他们现在刚在高台上进行了一个中心转向，然后在一个狭窄区域头2台车进行了一个原地转向的动作，然后同时其他车辆正在依次通过涉水池。
现在还是这个山猫的全系地形车在进行展示吗？
对。然后可以看到，现在有一些远景镜头和近景镜头给到了车辆这个后部就是载荷区域吧，可以看到它也搭载了不同样的这个载荷装备。这个是4乘4的全地形摩托，也是咱们内装一型两用的一款产品。
这款车太帅了，我觉得骑这个车的一会儿肯定身上一身的泥。
这个就比较适合用于，比如说包括快速机动、特种作战这种形式上，单兵啊、携行武器、携行装备、携行物资，
就送物资是比较方便的。
包括国外用的比较多的，也就是包括在这种恶劣环境和地形中进行一些特种作战。
这个山猫6×6的全地形车采用的是个混合动力的技术，可以实现水上的行驶，也可以满足直升机的装载、空投的需求，具有良好的平台扩展与改装的能力，并且它还可以快速的部署地面的突击，是吧？那它未来是不是还可以用在什么火炮啊、反坦克导弹的这个改进上呢？
这个我觉得它的发展能力也是可以去期待的。一般来说，我们评估这个车辆的发展能力的话，一个方面就是简单从底盘考虑的话，就是一个它本身的承载能力；第二个的话，就是它对于这个上装的这个适应性，就比如说对冲击啊或者震动啊是否能够承担。所以从现在来看，6×6这个载荷能力还是有希望 进行更多的发展。包括如果在静态馆的话，也可以看到已经有很多的这样子的系列化的车型在展示了。现在是整个山猫编队在向主席台驶来。
这是一个向现场的观众致敬的这样一个环节哈，这也是我们的一个保留项目吧。
对，其实这么多年来，我们希望的是更多的向观众们展示来自于中国兵器，中国兵器工业集团有限公司，来自于中国兵器装备集团有限公司的这个产品，更多而且展示我们这个产品的精神面貌。
其实也是展现的是咱们国家的这个装备制造能力的这个精神面貌了。在现场能够听到这样的那种声音啊，应该是比我们现在在现场这个解说要更震撼一些。
对，那个现场特别是坦克呀这种的重型车辆的这个过去的轰鸣声，其实也是能够更加的接近这种的实战的感觉。现在这个已经到了第3幕的尾声，
马上要进入第4幕了。
对，现在车辆正在依次出场。
现在是第4幕已经开始了吗？
还没有，车辆还没有发车，现在第3幕的车正在依次出场。
咱们整个表演分几幕啊？
现在我们整个表演分为了4幕，然后首先为大家带来的是来自兵器工业集团的轮式装甲车辆
对集中展
示，然后是来自于然后是主战坦克履带装甲车辆的展示。接下来的话就是我们现在
山猫
系列全龄车的展示，以及来自兵器装备集团的轮式车辆的这么一个展示。
那现在在我们的画面当中看到的是什么装备呢？
现在正在场地入口缓缓驶来的是来自于中国兵器装备集团有限公司的4×4和6×6系列轮式装甲车，其中打头的是我们来自 CS-VN3 型轮式装甲车。
这个CS 吧 ，CS-VN3 型可搭载 CS-LK3 遥控武器站，并且可以通过车内的遥控操作对目标进行探测工种，有效打击。那是一个非常牛的装备了。
因为它这个现在对于底盘来说，上装的这个模块化发展也是一个趋势。它不仅能够搭载这个遥控武器站，包括咱们的其他的这种的中轻型的系统，无论是打击的、侦察的，或者是进行人员输送，都是可以进行模块化的一个设置安装。刚才您说的遥控武器站，可能在现在用起来就更像是在打游戏一样，通过一个手柄一个屏幕，然后就能够实现对目标的快速捕获、快速瞄准和精确打击。现在镜头前的就是 CS-VN3 型4×4轮式装甲车。
现在一次的通过这个高坡，
对，
再驶入水池，这速度还是很快的，大概多少？
场内的话，最高应该能开到40左右。
从高坡下水池，这就是一个实战化的演习了。
对，但是这个比起实战化考核的这个要求还
是要低一些，重点还是在于表演哈。
对，能展示出它的比较精彩的一面，而往往是像真正的实战化的考核，往往是枯燥和严酷的。
这个轮式装甲车是具备火力的打击、高机动作战能力，同时还配备了独立的悬挂系统，是吗？
对，刚才那个镜头可以看到，它的这个采用独立悬挂以后，它的4个轮子，它的根据地形的上下跳动是相对独立的，这样能在驾驶过程中，特别是在崎岖路面的行驶过程中，车辆能够保持一个更加稳定的姿态，获得一个更高的越野速度。包括像6×6轮式装甲车，现在从侧面能看到的话，它的轮胎的跳动也是独立的。
这个画面很好。
现在画面中的型号是兵器装备集团的 CS-VN9 型6×6轮式装甲车及其系列化发展的车型。可以看出来，它的车头是有一个系列化脸谱的一个概念，都是一样的。但是车身的话有高低和外观的不同。它这个一个车型，现在画面中的是120排炮的车型。它的后面整个车厢就体现的比较高。
这种车型是能够在城市和森林当中都能够进行作战的吗？
对，它的其实这种武器系统上车最大的就是提供了一个比较高的机动能力和快速转移的能力，同时车辆底盘的稳定性也能提供比较好的射击过程中这个稳定性，能够保证它的精度，同时实现一个快速的机动。
那天我在场馆里采访的时候，我见到一辆车，它这个轮胎，它是可以通过上下来升降的，这个底盘可以升高降低。
对，这个是比如说像有些车辆，现在刚才我们展示的 VN 22型6轮式装甲车就采用了这么一个系统，包括我们的 SUG15 毫米榴弹炮都采用这个叫做游戏悬挂车资可调的这么一个系统，通过调节车资来实现在不同环境下的一个越障能力，以及适应像火炮射击时候要求车体更加稳定啊这么一个状态。
编队来了，
现在编队来了。现在可以简单为各位观众再介绍一下，打头的是现在过来的就是基于 CSV9 底盘的120毫米迫流炮，是120毫米迫击炮。这就是刚才说的基于 VN9 底盘的120毫米迫流炮的车型。可以看出现在场地的条件还是比较恶劣的。
对，因为这两天天气不好，然后还有台风，所以这个实战的环境就更接近于实战状态了。
对，这个因为肯定有很多观众也关注过前几年中国兵器的这个地面装备动态演示。那在晴空万里的条件下，这个灰尘滚滚是一种状态，现在在这个泥泞的这个条件下，就是泥水四溅，又是另外一种感觉。现在这两个车辆刚刚实现了一个高速的错车。这个看着就像在这种摸爬滚打出来的战士。
对，我总觉得他们身上一会儿可能是全身都是泥水吧。
像轮式这种的车厢的话，我们采用这种封闭式的这种车体结构，车内的密封还是比较好的，所以这个对于驾驶员来说没有太多的影响。然后就是刚才像山猫的车辆的话，因为它采用的和关注点、侧重点方向不一样，它更关注的是这种快速的机动和人员的灵活上下，所以驾驶员的条件相对会差一些，但是它会在机动性上面可能获得它比较独特的优势。这也是我们也所说的，就是没有一款装备是能够万能的，还是有需要有针对它的特殊的用途有一些特殊的设计。
所以它这些装备之间，所以要互相的协同、互相的配合嘛。
对，是的。
就像我们人和人之间，不可能一个人去把所有事情都干完，是吧？
对。
所以团结就是力量。这是一个集中的检阅哈。
对，这个也到了我们第4幕的最后的环节了。然后来自于中国兵器装备集团有限公司的轮式装甲车辆产品在中心转向区进行一个谢幕表演。
这也是一种特殊的方式来向现场的观众来进行致敬，并且也是一个非常好的一个谢幕的方式哈。
我们也希望观众们能够更加了解兵器，了解我们的装备，同时也了解这个我们在这个兵器装备整个这个工作过程中的这么一个精神。
但通过您的解说，我们能够了解这个装备的这样一些指标啊、性能啊。其实，在现场的观众，我们真的不太了解的，可能就是看个热闹了。
好，接下来的话就是来自于此次动态表演的所有装备将进行一个谢幕集结。
所有装备都出来了。
对。
好庞大呀！这个场面还是挺震撼的。
也是很难得的，来自于这个中国兵器的地面装备，能够在一个地方汇聚一堂，然后同时向全国的观众进行一个展示。
现在咱们准备这样一场动态演示哈，需要准备多长时间呀？
其实经过因为像中国兵器开展地面装备演示，从2016年的航展我们就开始做了，这几年来也算是越来越熟练，然后大概提前在准备有2周时间，主要是对装备的一些准备啊、现场的适应啊、路线的一些排演上，需要2周的这么一个时间吧，基本上就能够形成一个 比较默契的一个配合和一个展示效果。
咱们有多少件装备一会儿要齐聚这个主席台前方？
现在是来自于中国兵器工业集团的16辆各型装备，以及来自于中国兵器装备集团的17辆各型装备。
就一共有33辆
对
各型装备。
包括我们的无人平台，最后也是作为一个我们的展示的中心，然后作为向大家进行一个谢幕。
那中间的位置会留给我们的谁呢？
中间的位置留给我们的
陆战之王吗？
陆战之王以及我们的无人平台。
哎，这次加入无人平台了，我记得去年的时候就是陆战之王站住了是 C 位啊。
对，今年可以有个正面角度看一下，我们的无人平台是在场地中央的。对，
现在已经排好了。
对，排好了阵型。
打个招呼吧。
同时也是感谢全国观众对中国兵器的关注。
有机会的话，还是要来航展现场亲眼的看一下，那种感觉还是完全不一样的。
对，体验一下坦克的轰鸣，体验一下现场履带卷起的沙尘，
看一眼我们的陆战之王到底有多威武。其实小时候很多男孩子都想当一名坦克兵，
都有这个梦想。
你是不是也有这个梦想啊？
是的。所以现在才投身到这个行业中来。
所以像女孩子其实小时候对坦克啊、枪炮啊，其实还不是很喜欢的。
现在已经集结完毕了。
整个表演应该是结束了。
就是已经到了表演的尾声了。
好的，我们现场的地面展示装备的直播报道就到这里，咱们明天再见。